What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, September 19th, 2025, and we are here at the Polderbaan Runway one-night ride. Right now the only runway in use for arrivals. One of two runways in use today. The wind is blowing from the south. Lovely cavalcade weather. It's promising to become a summer day here. An Indian summer day. Temperatures expected to go towards the mid-20s and even above in the south of the country. No rain expected, unlike yesterday when most of the day it was cloudy and drizzly with a low ceiling, which is why there was no stream yesterday. Hope everybody is doing well. Marja, goedenavond. Jackie, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who already found the stream. It is going to be a beautiful day here, not just with the weather, but also with the traffic coming in. If we have a look on flight radar already, we can have a look and see that the first queen of the show is not too far away. Cathy Pacific cargo is expected in 25 minutes from now. First airplane of today's show of the Quad Squad. The Orange Pride is coming. 1:18 is its estimated time of arrival. There's an Atlas Air arriving around 1:52, which I think will become the last airplane of today's show. Saudia is coming. Around noon it's going to get busy. 12:05, the estimated time of arrival of the Saudia arrival from Jeddah. And there's also Compass Cargo, who is flying for Emirates, expected also around the same time as Saudia. At that time only one runway open, so if all is well, those should land here on Polderbaan. Emirates is going to get away from us. Center is expected to be the runway, secondary runway between 1 and 2. I thought I saw the retro Transavia. I think it has landed somewhere over here. It was also expected, I think, between 1 and 2. So that's going to also feature in today's show. For now, let's first have a look at the airplanes coming in. I'm standing again where I always used to stand, in line with the first exit. So if all is well, dead-on butt shots are in the making today. In the meantime, very good morning to everybody who has joined. Duckman, good morning. Nagowaus, goedemorgen. Nagowaus is celebrating 2 months of membership. May thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if something is amiss and let me see what I can do to fix it then. Floris, goedemorgen. Good morning everybody else. Hey Simi, hey Jan, Wouter, goedemorgen. BA flight 436 is arriving from London Heathrow. It's the G Neoi, 43 minutes on the way. A321neo. Now, I wonder if we're also going to see more agricultural activity later in the show. I hope we will. It seems that they stopped mid-harvest or whatever it is. That I think it's a harvester, isn't it? It's definitely not to cut grass, it's definitely not to sow. I'm not sure. Oh wait, no, there is a cash crop in this field. Oh, wait a minute. Is this, no, these are beets, right? I think these are beets. Anyway, we'll find out, hopefully later today. In the meantime, this is KLM flight 676, 787-10 Dreamliner, arriving from Edmonton, Canada, 7 hours 52 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo Kilo, India. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. Jente, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Lans Plains en Moor, goedemorgen. Marijke, goedemorgen. Barbacan, good morning. Rens, goedemorgen. Boreas, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning. Jay, good morning. And Jackie is celebrating 27 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. I hope being a mod is also still to your liking. Part of the double blue squad, and I hope you enjoy both types of blue still. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to ameliorate the situation. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Jackie. And yeah, 27 is sadly no longer your age, perhaps, but it's probably still your mental age, if not younger, as it is for most people. That's what matters. It's how old you feel, not how old you are. Easy said coming from me at 43. Hey Dalia, goedemorgen. Aardappel or sugar beet harvester. I think this field is it's beets. There are no ridges. Those ridges that they plant potatoes in. I'm almost certain this is a field of beets, sugar beets. Although I definitely have come, I went for a bike ride yesterday, came across a few potato fields. They already did take off all the green. So harvesting will not be too far away then. Peter, good morning. Peter is tuning in from Bristol. Alexander, good morning. Alexander is tuning in from Johannesburg, South. Martin, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Nice to see you back in the live chat again. Hope you've been well. Good morning, Bryn, who's tuning in from wet and windy Wales. Do you guys ever have other weather than wet and windy over there? I sometimes wonder. Zenkat, good morning. Or good evening to you then. Lance, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Drew, good morning. Mighty Ravendar, good morning. Welcome back. Kennis Chef Chris, Rens, good morning. Antoinette, good morning. Or good evening to you, I should say. Or is it afternoon? Probably afternoon. It's probably 3-4 hours time difference. I was surprised that India is not so many hours of time difference. Maybe 5, 4.5. Wonder what the time difference between mainland Europe and Sri Lanka is. Either way, good morning. Joey, goedemorgen. Joey's tuning in from Cyprus, so already we have people tuning in from around the world, around the world, around the world, around the world. SAS flight 821 is about to land here. A320 Neo, 1 hour 40 minutes on the way from Oslo. Irish registered, interestingly. Douwe, goedemorgen. Uncle Plane Guy, good morning. And a little wheelie to begin with. Well, I say mean little. The nose wheel wasn't up high, but the pilot flying did keep the nose wheel up in the air for quite a bit. Dodo, goedemorgen. And Mehmet is also back. Mehmet is celebrating his 3-month membership. Mehmet, the legendary member who gifted the membership to himself. He hacked YouTube and won. Mehmet, thank you so much for your support. 3 months as a member, 2 of which you paid for yourself probably, and 1 your own gifted membership. Oh, what a legend. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it, mate. Hope you're going to stick around in the lounge for many more months to come. Thank you so much, Mehmet, for the support thus far and the many gifted memberships that you also have given out. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you has said thanks in the meantime. Canadian bank robber arriving here. Flight 900 arriving from Montreal in Canada. 6 hours and 6 minutes on the way. Karen cabin relatively in the front. Risky for the pilots. there's something she wants to complain about. They're not too far away. Mr. F, good morning. RTM Live, good morning. Malay, good morning. Hey Sarvesh, guten Morgen. Anja, goedemorgen. Tina, goedemorgen. Senna, goedemorgen. Big picture overview. This is looking to the south. Looking to the west. Looking to the east, you can see still a few high clouds further to the east. The easterly horizon still has a few clouds by the looks of it. They're expected to drift away and dissolve. More high pressure influence in the upcoming days. In the meantime, Mehmet gifted a membership, and I see that Rick Kosterbok is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Rick. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. Have fun with the custom emojis. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. It's relatively high humidity, as you can see by the vortices emanating from the flap tips. This A330 Neo, Delta Airlines Flight 56, arriving from not Mita, not Me Too, but Utah. Salt Lake City, 9 hours 14 minutes to flight duration. November 418 Delta X-ray. Arjan, goedemorgen. Gerard, goedemorgen. Stefan, good morning. And Arjan is celebrating 6 months of membership. He wrote in Dutch, yes, my favorite streamer is back. Awesome. May, thank you so much for the kind words. Dankjewel, Arjan. I'm glad to be back. And I hope you guys are too. It's lovely weather and we are going to see plenty of interesting airplanes in today's show. So if you don't have to go anywhere, sit back and relax. Plenty more coming. Arjan, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Upwards and onwards. I hope you're going to stick around in the lounge for many more months to come. Richard, goedemorgen. Mehmet just now gifting another membership. Joey is the recipient. Joey Koenders, welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Mehmet, thank you so much. Once again, another gifted membership. Hope that Joey is going to use the custom emojis. And that goes for all members. You guys have access to the custom emojis as members. They're there to be used. Make sure to have fun with them. It is absolutely there for you guys to have fun with. Get creative with them. Make us laugh. Mehmet, thank you so much once again. And Erik, no need to apologize. No need to apologize. But I get those questions so often, I thought I should make a point of it. So it wasn't specifically to you in particular, but you can easily see a lot of information like the materials I'm using, how I look, what I look like, what my setup looks like, if you just look around a little. And I wish more people would do that before asking questions, but questions are always welcome. Particularly the ones that require some thinking. In the meantime, one after the other airplane is coming. Now, a duo of wide bodies. Let's see. Well, maybe a trio even. I think maybe the Emirates Sky Cargo will arrive as third airplane. Depends. Sky Express is also, or is that Sun Express? Sun Express. Sun Express is also arriving. I think the Emirates might win it in terms of distance to the glide slope. First up, a Chinese A330 Air China Cargo arriving from Chengdu in China. Bravo 6113 is the registration. 10 hours and 40 minutes underway. A330-200. And this is 17 years old already. The airplane that you're seeing turning in is a 777-300 arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. And Boreas renewing his membership. Welcome back to the Sky Lounge, mate. Thank you for renewing your membership. Thank you for your vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm just the way you left it. Dennis, goedemorgen. Aiden, good morning to you too, sir. Mehmet, already on a gifting spree. 3rd membership or 4th by now. Another gifted membership, and it's Hikui Kuma, who is the recipient. Welcome back, Hikui Kuma. Thought you were a member before already once. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity already. Another membership gifted by you. Hope that everybody says thanks to you for the membership they received. Marijke, screw you. If all is well, Arjan, I should be here again tomorrow. I thought they reported rain later in the afternoon and not in the morning hours, so I think the morning time slot should be good for a stream tomorrow. I think last time I checked, it looked like the rain was supposed to happen later in the Saturday and early or maybe overnight to Sunday, so I hope both Saturday and Sunday I will be able to do a regular stream. I also plan on doing a stream on Monday if the weather will allow me to, since yesterday was a shit day with weather. I took the day off. It was drizzly. We had a ceiling for the better part of the day. Only in the second half of the afternoon did it only gradually begin to improve a little. Unfortunate, Wolfgang wanted to come join me during the stream, but since I wasn't streaming, he did go to P3, sent me some pictures. Looks like 0927 is almost ready to be reopened. They are still using a blast fence and are taking off south of the crossing, so there's no added value in going to the McDonald's area yet. If all is well, the runway should reopen again. I thought it was on the 28th. Looking forward to going back there again sometime soon. Leon, goedemorgen. Gamer Mike, good morning. Artem, good morning. Zikosar, good morning. Mr. Vogel, good morning, Michael. Welcome to the show, one and all. Time for KLM Flight 592, arriving from Johannesburg. 777-300. 10 hours and 21 minutes on the way. It's the BVI, Bravo Victor India. It promises to get warm here today, which is why, even though it is almost October, I am out here in shorts and vest. I think I might even be able to take off the vest later in the show. It is already warm. There's luckily a slight breeze, which is reinvigorating. Martin, morgen. Gerrit, goedemorgen. And Michael Vogel is celebrating his 2-month membership anniversary. Mate, thank you so much for your support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Bird control is on the runway. Michael says 2 months or only 2 months. It'll get much more. I hope so. For now, at least a massive big thank you. 2 months and counting. Joltica, I don't know yet. I thought that the wind was going to turn to the north on a Sunday. I'm not sure yet. I'm also not sure yet, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow the wind was also expected to blow from the south. On Sunday, it's going to be a wind transition day, so to speak. where we start the day off with southerly wind. If I recall correctly, Windfinder was indicating that it was turning more westerly and then it would turn more northerly. So if that's going to happen during the day, there's a chance that you'll get a runway use change midstream, or at least at some point during the stream. For now, an unobstructed view of the glide slope. 2 airplanes now visible. The third one is approaching and should become visible from the left at some point. There's also an airplane turning in further back. The 4th airplane is turning in from the right. Russell is saying hi to everybody over there. And already you can see the first grass. Let me go to autofocus so that you can see it sharply. You can already see that the grass seed that they have sown is starting to get above the ground. Right, let's go back to manual focus set to infinity. That 747 is also flying on an extended base leg somewhere in the background. I'm already looking over my camera to see if I can spot it. It is now in the vicinity of Volendam and flying towards Purmerend. Which means it should be in the vicinity of the chimneys of the scale of chimney smoke. On a day like today, I should be able to identify it and see it. If only I would know where exactly I needed to look. Yeah, I know. Russell knows the struggle. He's saying, ah, yeah. Like looking for a needle in a haystack. Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 9920, arriving from Aguadilla. 777 freighter, 7 hours, 51 minutes flight time. Adrie, goedemorgen. Spotter, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Gertin, goedemorgen. Mike Wild, goedemorgen, good morning. Yeah! Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want to see more content like this, is what Russell is saying. Now, where on earth is that 747? It's flying in the vicinity of Purmerend. It really ought to be visible. There is, of course, a whitish backdrop, and let's just say that the 747 approaching is not the blackest of airplanes. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. God damn it. I really would have thought on a day like today I would have been able to see it, but guess not. So the Express up next, arriving from Kayseri in Turkey. 4 hours and 3 minutes on the way. This is a 737-800, 10 years old. Hadi Danny, goedemorgen. Henry, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at a very sunny Polderbaan. Bit of wind from the south, but not nearly as much wind as we had on Monday, obviously. Indian summer day for today. Temperatures in the mid-20s. In other words, 80s, low 80s. Fahrenheit. Tomorrow too, but tomorrow also rain later in the day. Question is, how late exactly will it begin to rain? If all is well in the morning hours, we should be good. I'm expecting to be able to do a regular morning stream tomorrow. Don't know yet where I am going to go to. Will also depend on what the weather will be on Sunday and Monday. I do intend to go out on Monday to compensate for the day off yesterday. Weather permitting, of course. Ah, now we see it. Yep, there she is. First 747 of the show. Cathay Pacific Cargo. Flight 65, arriving from Dubai World Center. How about this for a combo shot? KLM flight 1570 in the foreground. That is a 737 arriving from Porto in Portugal. Top left, the number 2, SAS flight 1553, arriving from Stockholm, A320neo. Alan, good morning, mate. And congratulations. Returning as a married man. Niels, goedemorgen. Thomas, good morning. Etje, good morning. Willem, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. First Quad Squad member of today's show. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 65. Gear is extending. It's arriving from Dubai World Center, and interestingly, it has flown 7 hours and 25 minutes to get here thus far. So I wonder what the route has been, because it's definitely a longer route than the A380 usually flies. This is the Bravo Lima Juliet Golf. It is 13 years old. The first flight was in February 2012. The next wide body arriving after the 747 is also not too far out. KLM flight 668, a 787-10 arriving from Austin. Well, in the meantime, pretty soon you're going to hear the SAS land. I'm going to stick the camera with the arriving 747. Michael, goedemorgen. Sven, goedemorgen. Now, if you only joined us just now, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming. We have 4 747s in total today. This is the first one. 2 more arriving around noon. 1 more arriving between 1:30 and 2, roughly speaking. Last time we checked, the arrival time was 10 to 2, arriving from Miami at a time when 2 runways are open, but arriving from the west. Polderbaan arrival most likely. Orange Pride is also coming in. Underway already. I thought it was arriving from Lima in Peru. And if all is well, the retro Transavia is also coming. And let's not forget, of course, that the Emirates A380 is also underway, although it is arriving around 1:15, so that is going to go to the center runway almost certainly already. I wouldn't want to place bets on it landing on Polderbaan today. Koen, goedemorgen. Danny, goedemorgen. Jero, goedemorgen. Thomas asks if there is a smart way to go to the Spotterplaats with public transportation. No. Well, the closest by bus stop is still half an hour of walking away in Vijfhuizen, near the MH17 monument. Probably the smartest thing to do if you're coming over on a not very windy day is to take the train to Hoofddorp and rent an OV bicycle from there. If I wasn't beginning to go deaf already, I am definitely now after this landing. That was a very, very, very loud one. Haha. Two consecutive 787-10s arriving after 2 narrow bodies, which will be next. First up will be an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Birmingham. After that, an Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Prague. Then 2 787-10s, and right behind that, a 777-200. Nice trio of wide bodies after 2 narrow bodies. Gerrit needs new speakers. AMS Live cannot be held accountable for lost any eardrums or speakers. You are watching this stream at your own discretion. Indeed, Arjan. Hey Jennifer, goedemorgen. I can already hear the EasyJet behind me. Haven't seen the firefighters yet, for those of you wondering. EasyJet has landed in the meantime. I'm hearing traffic overhead. If you're wondering about control visibility, at least this is a very, very clear one. Qatar. Looking at the winglets, is that an A350? It looks like it might be. Or is that a triple? I thought I recognized winglets, which makes me suspect it is an A350. Klaas, goedemorgen. Groover, good morning. Roy, goedemorgen. And Klaas says good morning with a super chat. Mate, you didn't have to do that, but good morning to you too, mate. Hope you guys are having decent weather in Bremen as well. Already reports from Wales this morning where it was windy and rainy. Hope our easterly neighbors have better weather. A350 indeed, Henry says. There you go. And that is a Dreamliner taking off in the background. Runway 24. So, let's see. There's something coming my way. Overhead. Outbound traffic. What is this? It is Air Baltic. Okay, well, in that case, it's better to turn around. The second narrow body preceding the wide bodies has arrived here. Embraer 175 KLM, as you can see, it landed without any trouble. Two back-to-back 787-10s from KLM. And after that, a 777-200, which is visible on the left, bottom left, third of your screen. The 777 is from United, and the two 787s, KLM. This one beginning to extend the gear. Hans, goedemorgen. And Wolfgang has already left yesterday, Arjan. He landed safely back in Vienna yesterday evening. Jan, goedemorgen. Alright, 787-10 number 1. This is KLM flight 668, arriving from Austin, Texas. 8 hours and 56 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo, Papa. Brand new airplane. Really brand new. Began flying in May this year for the first time. If that was part of the test cycle using the reversers, because that's certainly what was happening here, funnily enough. No, those are tractors. For a moment I thought I was seeing firefighters, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Corrie en Jaap, goedemorgen. Paul, good morning. John Dutch Canadian, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. JP Kraus, good morning. Stacy, good evening. Brandon, good morning. No more man trucks indeed. And Han, I think you're right. Well, he's probably busy working already, I think. Or maybe, I don't know, good question. Could be that he's sleeping off the jet lag. Hey, Evan, top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Hope all is well. This is KLM Flight 749, arriving from Cartagena. That's in Colombia, right next to Ecuador. 9 hours and 10 minutes flight time. This is the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Kilo Mike. And the Kilo Mike is 2 years old. A bit older than the airplane you saw just now. First flight May 2023. Beautiful weather, cavalcade still. The wind is blowing from the south more or less, handful of knots. And another contrail, well, two actually, but the one closest by we might be able to see more details of. It is a twin jet, I can already see that. Should be within visual range insofar as we can make out details in a few moments from now. This is what the wind on the scale of chimney smoke looks like this morning. And this is our next widebody and next arrival. United Airlines Flight 968, arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 48 minutes on the way, the November 78005. 26-year-old airplane, first flight November 2008. Eftel Boy wonders if I stream on Mondays. Not normally, but I am planning to do that this Monday. Since I wasn't able to do a stream yesterday due to the weather. Henry asks for the timetable for the Quad Squad. I'll show you in a moment. Good morning, nice soundtrack promotions. DB Basement, good morning. I'm not completely alone here, Dodo. Guy with a stroller. There's a red Kanta passing by. Nienke, goedemorgen. That was the Kanta. United doing a KLM style landing. Idle reversers. Just rolling out. I am positioned once again where I always used to stand even before the pipes were introduced here, in line with the first exit. So if any airplanes vacate by the first exit, we will get a nice straight on butt shot. Alright, now that airplane that I saw arriving now really close by, let's have a quick look. Haha, more Qatar. I see winglets. That's a Qatar A380. I think. What else could it be? Let's have a quick look at the flight radar path and see what is the map. Let's see what's coming. Jesus will be passing over the Netherlands pretty soon, so we have to behave in the upcoming hour because it's going back to Edinburgh and it's already in Germany. So behave, guys, behave. It's temporary, but as long as Jesus is in Dutch airspace, I need you guys to be on your best behavior. The orange price is expected around 1:18. There is a 747 arriving shortly to 2. Somewhere here is Retro Transavia. It should be returning soon and is expected between 1:45 and 2 o'clock, if I recall correctly. 2 747s expected around noon. Saudia arriving from Jeddah, and Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates. The A380 is expected around 1:22. So that is the time schedule for all the Quad Squad members. In the meantime, BA Flight 430 having landed here. Next up will be Croatia Airlines arriving from Zagreb. This is an A320. And Croatia will be a Bombardier C-Series 300, aka the A320. In the meantime, also a massive big thank you to Danny Romeinders, who is celebrating 19 months of membership, almost 20 months already and still addicted. Well, thank you so much for the ongoing support, Danny. I hope you're going to stick around for many, many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular, frequent viewer, recurring visitor. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to fix it. Also, guys, if you're a member, make sure you use those custom emojis. You don't necessarily have to wait for a right trigger. If you want to use play right now, feel free to do so. They're there to be had fun with, and you can use them as inappropriately as you can think of. Get creative with them. If you want to make the chat red, be my guest. That's what they're there for. You're not allowed to spam if you're not a member, but if you are a member, you are allowed to spam with custom emojis. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving here from Zagreb. 9 Alpha Cal, Charlie Alpha Lima. 1 hour and 47 minutes on the way. Spacious cabin in the back. Janus, good morning. And good morning to all others. Lance says people from Manchester are called Mancunians. So now we call them Persencunians from Persenchester, just so you know. Persencunians. Duly noted. Inhabitants from Persenchester. Next up, an A319 arriving from Prague, the OELKD. 1 hour and 11 minutes on the way. 16-year-old airplane, first flight November 2008. Indeed, Jewish no Jesus. Jesus will be passing overhead not too long from now. It's flying over Germany and it's on its way from Prague to Edinburgh, which means it's going to pass over the Netherlands, which is why I want you guys to be on your best behavior pretty soon, because we don't want to get into trouble with Jesus. There will be hell to pay if you guys misbehave. Hell, Jesus might even contact YouTube to ask to get my channel taken down. Don't be critical about Jesus, because there will be consequences. Next up, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Berlin. KLM flight 1772, the PH Next. A year old, hailing from 2024, but the month not specified on flight radar. I wonder why there are inconsistencies in that. And what's even worse, or what's even more strange I should say, is that it also happens with airplanes that prior used to show all the details. For instance, the DAPRI. If you now look at it, it says first flight in 2008. We know for a fact that it was that it is January 2008. It's interesting. Quite a few people have gathered over there in the meantime. Not used to seeing so many people over there. Is that a dog? Yeah, it's a dog walking club. Yeah. They're standing there looking like, what the fudge is going on over here? These are all people walking their dog. It must be a dog walking club who thought, let's go into this road, go to the roundabout and then walk back. Is that the trainer, the dog trainer? Is that guy, the dog whisperer? Good morning, Bob. And good morning to all others who have joined. Remco, goedemorgen. Casp, good morning. So apparently a dog walking club. Interesting, 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 interesting. Right, well, the things you see here at Schiphol Airport. It's time for wide bodies once again. This is KLM flight 640 arriving from San Diego. Behind it you can see a Chinese triple arriving from Shanghai, and behind that a 777-200 arriving from New York JFK. So that's 3 wide bodies back to back. After that, Tarom with an A320 arriving from Bucharest, so that's probably a rental, I suspect. Now, this is an airplane with a deeper smile. The nose cone in one shade only. What a lovely day. What a difference with yesterday. Yesterday, drizzle, 1,000 feet ceiling. In the morning hours it was even worse, 700, 800 feet. Nothing you can see. You could see visibility below the ceiling, a few kilometers. It's for that reason that I chose not to go out, because there wouldn't have been much to see, and it wasn't looking like it was going to clear up anytime soon, so the morning would have been wasted. Only in the late afternoon did it get slightly better, but it didn't clear up until overnight. Alright, another airplane landing that might get loud is this one. China Cargo Airlines, arriving from Shanghai in China, 777 freighter, Bravo 233F, no 223F. It used to be my house number when I was living in Amsterdam back in the day, 223. The airplane that we are seeing is 2 years old, first flight June 2023. Will it get loud? We'll soon find out. Let's look and listen. Not too bad, not too bad. I can even hear that Kermit the Frog has returned. And you'd think that if there ever was a chance of being able to spot him, because there is hardly any grass here that he can cover in, it is now, but where is he? Let's see if we can lure him out. Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. That's also not the right one. Oh shoot. I forgot, I don't have Miss Piggy on my sound effects board. Well. Next up, KLM, flight 644, arriving from New York, JFK, 777-200, 6 hours and 23 minutes on the way. It's the PHBQO, Bravo Quebec Oscar. The airplane is 18 years old, first flight January 2007. Bird control K5, I think, is approaching. Does it still say K1 on the license plate? It does, doesn't it? So K5 on the side, but they still have to replace the license plate. It's definitely still saying K1. But the new K1 is a Ranger Raptor. Latest version. It also still says K1 on the license plate on the back. Laziness. You can also see how the 5 is in a different color. Oh wow, lazy. That is lazy. Tarom flight 361 arriving from Bucharest. It's an A320, Casper the Ghost, 9 Hotel, Mike Oscar, 2 hours and 34 minutes on the way. Malta Med Air operating it. 17-year-old airplane, first flight July 2008. And the Kanta once again driving back. Okay, for a moment I thought we had a wheelie competitor, but hey, taking the first exit, butt shot in the making. Here we go. Kablamo. Butt shot in the house. Aviation Dallas is also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. The BVA is expected around 125. Thanks for the update, QJ. 3 more 747s expected. 1 already landed. Retro Transavia is also expected. And of course the A380 is too. In the meantime, an EasyJet has landed here, arriving from Gatwick. London Gatwick. For another butt shot. Here we go. Enrico says, good background for a math lesson. Absolutely. Math, physics, aviation has it all. Are they now working on a canal on the other side? Is there also a canal on the other side? I think there might be, because looking at what I'm seeing here, that's looking an awfully lot like what it used to look like here until a few weeks back. That's just fence and barbed wire. Interesting. KLM Embraer 190 having arrived from London City, here touching down. Anja has to go. Thank you for joining, Anja. Take care and see you soon. As expected, they are starting on the other side now. Well, we won't be bothered by that visually, so let them do whatever they need to do. Here we have a Lufthansa A320-01 arriving from Frankfurt, flight 988, and 2 airplanes already visible behind it. The second airplane to arrive is JetBlue, arriving from Boston, Massachusetts, an A321neo. Third airplane is number 190, arriving from Copenhagen. There is also a fourth already visible, only slightly, but there it is. That's KM Malta, arriving from, where did that come from? What was it again? KM Malta. I'd have to look that up. I don't recall. Milan or something. This is Lufthansa flight 988 arriving from Frankfurt. The Dazer. Not Daisy, but Dazer. "52 minutes flight duration. More butt shots. Yes. Time to dust off that custom emoji. It's been a long time. For a long time I was standing further to the parking lot out of fear for the pipes interfering with glide slope visibility, but it turns out that's not so much the case. So this will once again become my my spot that I, if possible, stream from. Unless of course somebody else has already taken the spot. Now this is JetBlue. It looks like it's ITA, but it's not. It is JetBlue arriving from Boston, Massachusetts. 6 hours and 28 minutes the flight time. It's the November 4083 Juliet. This airplane, a year old. First flight in May 2024. It looks a lot the shade of blue like ITA's, but this is more high gloss. ITA's is more semi-gloss and more metallic. Still, it is a lovely shade of blue. I absolutely love this livery. Not as much as ITA's though. ITA's reigns supreme. But this one does come awfully close. Hassan, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the Polderbaan Runway 18 right. Right now, the only runway in use for arrivals. Wind blowing from the south. Normal runway configuration, in other words, between 11 and 11:40, and between 1 and 2 o'clock, the center runway is going to open up, and everything in between then will come to the Polderbaan. Indeed, Michael, Sarah is missing her airplane. Dodo wonders, what's your most memorable moment while streaming? That's a good one. There have been quite a few. Mostly go-rounds, touch and go-rounds. Some of them have been really epic. Long wheelies. Memorable moments also have been big ground crews, like the one we had on Sunday. I always am humbled when people come over from abroad, and sometimes even particularly to visit me. And That was an extremely humbling experience. So yeah, memorable moments have been there, have happened plenty of times. Obviously, being the only one in that field of potatoes filming the arrival of Air Force One, and even some national news outlets also going to the live stream to see what was happening, of course, is also a very memorable moment. Rob is also back in the chat. Good morning, Rob. Marcel, goedemorgen. Good morning, all others. CJ says, ITA coming soon. That's good news. Means that we can compare the paint. We still know what that JetBlue was looking like. Explore more wonder. Butt shot, number so many. Airplanes in the background taxiing to the main platform area. Let us see, the first ITA of the show is about to, well, is that coming to Polderbaan, or is that going to be one of the first, if not the very first airplanes to the center runway, I'm now wondering. It's looking like it might turn final to center. And there should also be an Air Canada Dreamliner flying over the coastline. I'm looking left of me to see if I can see it, because you'd think it shouldn't be too hard to find it. Guess again. Guess again. Embraer 175 in the meantime has landed here. Right, and ITA is still coming to the Polderbaan. Roger, good morning. And welcome to the show, everybody else. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the landing of the first 747 of the show. There are 3 more underway. So 2 is Retro Transavia, the KLM Orange Pride, and the Emirates A380. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. The last airplane of today's show is probably going to be the 4th 747 of the show, which is expected around 2 o'clock. Between noon and 2, we're going to see 3 747s, the Emirates A380, the Orange Pride, and the Retro Transavia. It's all going to be concentrated in the last bit of the stream. 4-in-1 glide slope shot. This is Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier, which is in Morocco in the north of A320. 2 hours and 42 minutes the flight time. No Karen cabin. Karen will just have to sit with the rest of the people in the main cabin. In the plebs lounge, where all the common people sit. Not sure if that is acceptable for Karen. She'll probably want to speak to the manager about this. They obviously don't know who she is. Hearing an airplane passing by overhead. It has passed me by already, a bit south of me, flying east to west. Twin jet. Quick look, looks like a Dreamliner based on the wing shape. Is that United? I think it might be. I think that might be United Airlines. Russell is over here. He's also enjoying the sunshine, and I hope you guys are too. Lovely weather, particularly here in the Netherlands right now. Transavia arriving from Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia. 1 hour and 36 minutes on the way. Yeah, like and subscribe if you want to see more content like this, is what Russell is saying. You're absolutely right, mate. Thank you so much for reminding us. And also, in the meantime, looking for breakfast. Joe Bima, good morning. Paul, goedemorgen. Barry, good morning. Friend Sebastian, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, one and all. The next airplane is going to be ITA Airways Flight 120, arriving from Milan, Bombardier C-Series 100. There it is. Looks a lot like the JetBlue from a few minutes ago. But it is an ITA Bombardier C-Series 100, A220, 1 hour and 29 minutes on the way. Irish registered. Traitor. Not even Italian registered. That's treason. EIMVE, Mike Victor Echo is the registration. Brand new airplane, first flight November 2024. Means that in 2 months from now it's going to turn 1. Ciao ragazzi, benvenuti. Welcome to the Netherlands. Time for an Italian butt shot. Indeed, Barry, a fraction lighter than JetBlue's, more metallic. JetBlue is definitely high gloss. And QJ is informing us that above the Sea of Yorkshire there is something red coming this way, which we can still see for a month or so. Not sure exactly until when play is expected to come fly into the Netherlands, but it is going to end sometime soon. This is KLM flight 1002, arriving from London Heathrow. Fax A, the first A321neo of the fleet. Butt shot and an opportunity to see through those see-through engines. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1850, arriving from Munich in the south of Germany. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Echo. Looking up and around me, only one control that I can see right now. Over there. That's going to pass south of me. Oh, there's also a twin jet passing north of me. West to east. Looks like a big one. Let's have a quick look. What is this? More Qatar. Each time I'm seeing an airplane passing north of me, flying west to east, thus far it has been Qatar, it seems like. This is KLM flight 1850, arriving from Munich, 1 hour and 11 minutes to flight time. Easy come, easy go, Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Echo. Next after that, Canadian bank robber, arriving from Toronto. The one I tried to spot earlier but wasn't able to see when it was flying downwind over the coastline. Australian Aviator, good morning. FJWH, good morning. Hey, Sarah is also back. Sarah, you missed your flight. The JetBlue from Boston already landed in the look-alike ITA blue. Paul is also back. Good to see you, Paul. The sun is back. Absolutely. Yesterday it was an abysmal day with drizzle and a low ceiling and low visibility below the ceiling for the better part of the day. 4 airplanes now. Airplane ballet. Have a look at this. 4 airplanes, 4 747s in today's show. The first one has already landed, 3 more are on their way. The Orange Pride is 2, the A380 is 2, and so too is the Retro Transavia. The only one missing is, of course, the SLM. Air Canada Flight 808 landing here with reversers. Canadian butt shot in the making. Canadian butt shot in the making. Here we go. Bank rubber butt shot. It's a bank rubber butt shot. Silkinator, good morning. Let's turn around quickly. ITA is going. ITA. Iberia is flying base, and Delta is next. Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Here it is. A330-300, 7 hours and 30 minutes the flight time. The November 818 November Whiskey. Behind it is a KLM, arriving from Toronto at 777-200. Aegean next after that. Indigo is also approaching. Indigo will probably go to center right. Clay is also coming this way. And Abhishek, under the moniker of Visual Studio, is also back. Good to see you. Is that a rattlesnake? Thought I was hearing a rattlesnake. Oh yeah. No! Come on! They were pulling up the reversers for a fraction of a second, and then it's as if they decided, oh wait, no, that's not necessary, and they turned down the lever again. Why? Bobbers mate, thank you so much for your kind words and for your generosity. Bobbers says, another great show. Thanks, boy. You're welcome, Bobbers. I'm glad to hear you're enjoying, and I hope that goes for everybody. Make sure to like and subscribe if you are enjoying and you want to see more content like this. Bobbers, you really didn't have to use a super chat to get across the message, but I'm happy that you did. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for your generosity. And I'm happy to hear you're enjoying the show. Plenty more is coming. So if you don't have to be anywhere, guys, stick around. We are going to commence with parallel arrivals pretty soon, since it is almost 11 o'clock. From 11 until 11:40, the central runway will act as secondary runway for inbound traffic. It will do that again between 1 and 2 o'clock. In other words, normal runway use for wind blowing from the south and good visibility. Let's see if we can have a quick look at flight radar after this landing to see what else is in store. This is KLM Flight 696, arriving from Toronto. 777-200, 6 hours and 41 minutes flight time. It's the Papa Hotel Bravo Quebec Charlie. 21 years old. First flight November 2003. Captain Eddie Bos is also back. Good to see ya. Good evening to you too. Hope all is well. Next up, AG soon to be in the house before it's going to touch the runway and land here. Let's have a quick look and see what else is in the pipeline. Suriname on its way to Paramaribo, and it's returning tomorrow. We have to behave, guys. I want you guys to be on your best behavior now because Jesus is flying over the Netherlands and we might be able to pick it up. Let me turn around. I think I have Jesus in sight. Let's also film Jesus in a few moments. Jesus is flying from Prague to Edinburgh. Jesus Christ, it's happening. Now, what else is in store? First, looking to the west. Last airplane of the day is going to be Atlas Air, arriving around 2 o'clock. We have the Orange Pride also arriving from Lima in Peru, 1:16. It's ETA, noon. Pay attention to noon because 2 747s arriving from the east at a time when only one runway is open for inbound traffic. So these are Polderbaan arrivals expectedly. Saudia Cargo and Compass Air Cargo flying on behalf of Emirates. Emirates itself, the A380 is expected around 1:18. So yeah, if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around, guys. Plenty more coming. And just like Pokemon, we are going to try to catch them all. Here we have Aegean in the house, flight 3624. First airplane to center in the background. Aegean house. And this is Jesus. It's Jesus. Jesus lives on its way from Prague to Edinburgh. It's the GEZUS EasyJet. There it is. It's Jesus. It's the coming of Jesus. Now I cannot stress enough, and as long as Jesus is in Dutch airspace, I want you guys to be on your best behavior. We don't want to get banned. Say anything bad about Jesus and he might complain to YouTube and demand that we get taken off the air. Don't want that to happen. In the meantime, Stefan Tudor is celebrating 2 months of membership. And he writes, Greece is bliss, joining AMS Live was blisser. Well, thank you so much for joining the lounge, becoming a member. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know and let me see what I can do to ameliorate the situation. Thank you so much, Stefan, for the ongoing support. Martin, good morning. And good morning everybody else who joined. Now, if you're a member, get out your red emoji while you still can. Well, you guys also get to decide what to do with the emoji, of course, if it does come to an end. Play coming to the Netherlands, flying to the Netherlands. If you guys want to keep it, we can keep it. It's up to you guys. I'll get out a new poll when it's the right time. For now, play is still coming to the Netherlands on a daily basis, and here it is, flight 460. 2 hours and 39 minutes on the way. It's the TFPPE, Papa Papa Echo. No dirty jokes about playtime. Jesus is passing overhead. Passing overhead. I think it was a bit more to the right still. Anyway. Arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. This A320neo is 2 years old. First flight October 2022. Means in a few weeks from now, this airplane is going to turn 3. Almost happy birthday to you then. More high clouds are drifting in. This is where the wind, I think, is coming from, more or less. It's looking like some few high clouds are drifting in, higher than 5,000 feet, so it's still kind of okay. Here we have Indigo arriving from Mumbai, flight 21, 8 hours and 30 minutes on the way. The Lima November FNC. Niels, good morning. Leroy, goedemorgen, good morning. Iberia, in the meantime, over here. Second ITA of today is flying to the wrong runway. ITA Airways flight 108 is over there, arriving from Rome. That's an A320 Neo, no, a regular A320. And Air Arabia is coming to the Polderbaan next, flight 121, arriving from Nador. This is Air Arabia Morocco flight 121, arriving from Nador in Morocco. The Charlie November Mike Oscar. 2 hours and 43 minutes on the way, 9-year-old airplane, first flight January 2016. And good morning, Jeff. Jeff says, just noticed we're on YouTube featured. What is YouTube featured? In the meantime, Sarah is celebrating her 22nd month anniversary. It has been great watching, she writes. I am happy to hear that, Sarah. I hope everything in the lounge is also still to your liking. If not, let me know. I think you'll know how to reach me if something is up. I'll happily look into what might be wrong to see if we can improve the situation. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, Sarah. I hope you're going to stick around for many, many more months to come. If not in the lounge as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Air Arabia Morocco, flight 121. And about shot to boot. Good morning, Veronique. And good morning to all others who have joined in the meantime. Transavia arriving from Barcelona will be next, flight 5132. Looking up and around me, I'm not seeing any airplanes producing a contrail just yet. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. The second airplane is a big one. It's a 777-300ER arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. KLM flight 598. I think a third airplane should already be visible. Hard to see out here with all the reflections. Transavia flight 5132 up first, arriving from Barcelona. 1 hour and 46 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel Zulu X-Ray. 1 hour and 46 minutes on the way, 23-year-old airplane, first flight April 2002. Niels is celebrating 2 months of membership. I'll be back at 12:45. I realized I've this. The 2-month membership. Mate, thank you so much for your support thus far. We'll see you at 12:45 then, I suppose. In the meantime, next up is KLM Flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Dirk, goedemorgen. This 777-300 is underway now for 10 hours and 51 minutes. It's the PHBVB Bravo Victor Bravo. 17 years old already, first flight March 2008. Some lights glistening in the background in the distance. I think that's KLM Flight 1042 arriving from Birmingham, a 737-700. Bill J is also back in the chat, good to see you, Bill. Hopel as well. Parallel arrivals in full swing for another half hour or so. I'm also seeing the first aquatic bird of today's show. Is that a coot or is that a moorhen? Looks like a moorhen, which has a partially red beak. Yeah, that's a moorhen, alright. Wonder where the... oh, there it is, the first ramp. There it is. Hard to see if any birds have already used them to get onto land. Is the moorhen going to make use of it? It doesn't look like it. Or, oh, it's changing course. Now, first, going back to the sides. Right, what you gonna do? What are you going to do? Find the stairway to heaven. Come on. You know you want to. Come on. Nah. Use the ramp, come on. We want to see you use the ramp. Come on, you know you want to. Oh, Gary Grebe has also arrived over here all of a sudden. Come on, come on, come on, come on, use it. Use the ramp. God damn it, you swam past it. Now, Gary and his mate are here. This is the little Grebe. Gary was also here just now. Ah, adult Gary Grebe. Already swimming over here. Oh, going under again. And where's the baby Grebe? Or, well, baby. By now, probably adolescent Grebe. Not seeing it. They're here. They're both here. You guys saw them. Maybe we'll catch another glimpse of them later. Right now, this is Air France flight 1444 arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle, Paris. 50 minutes underway. De Verhupnud. Foxtrot Hotel Papa, November Delta. Ah. Jeff is elaborating on what YouTube featured means. Sometimes YouTube might tag or promote certain videos as featured in suggestions, trending or other services. This label isn't fully explained publicly, so there is some uncertainty. Well, there you go. It doesn't seem to have resulted in more views, more viewers. Michael says Stairway to Heaven, Led Zeppelin fan. Not in particular, song title. Didn't know it was from Led Zeppelin, so thank you for enlightening me about that. Probably wouldn't recognize the song if it was played to me. Time for some vodka and for some rehydrating. Good morning, everybody who has joined in the meantime. Fortnite, Peter. Good morning, everybody else. Parallel arrivals in progress and narrow bodies to both runways for the time being. This is KLM flight 1030, returning from Persenchester. Persencunians on board. That was the right word, wasn't it, Lance? 51 minutes on the way. The PHEXT going for the exit. Butt shot in the making. Milan, good morning. Welcome to the show, mate. For those of you who are wondering, only one 747 you have missed thus far. 3 more are on the way. The Orange Pride is 2, the Retro Transavia is 2, and so too is the Emirates A380. It's a lovely day. It has been cavoque all throughout. Blue skies. Oh, huh? No. What did I do just now? Accidentally pressed the spacebar when in actuality I needed to press the B button, which is my screen-in-screen shortcut, and the spacebar is the waiting music shortcut. As you can see, there are 747s underway, 3 of them to be precise. Here we have 1, here we have the other 2. Jesus has left the country, so we can misbehave again. This is the Orange Pride, this is the Emirates A380, and where is Retro Transavia? Don't see it yet. First airplanes of interest will land here in an hour or so from now. This one is expected 12:05, this one 12:14, both at a time expected when only one runway will be open, namely the Polderbaan. Orange Pride is expected around 1:16, 2:01 for the Atlas Air, and the A380 is expected around 1:20. And if all is well, over here somewhere, Retro Transavia will take off soon enough and is expected between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, if I recall correctly. A refresh of the weather. The meter in the ticker continuously updates. That's always current. If you want to see the visual representation, this is what it looks like. The wind is blowing from the south more or less. 8 knots of wind, 19 degrees is the temperature. That's almost 70 F. 2000, oh, it's no longer cavoque. We have few clouds at 2,900 feet. There you go. No ceiling, relatively high pressure. In other words, lovely weather. Lovely weather and what promises to be a lovely stream. Pixelated German Airways livery. German flag in pixels. Honda, good morning. Casp, good morning. So, looking to the south, more clouds are slowly but surely drifting in. High clouds, and apparently a few clouds at 2,900 feet. Okay. I do see a few clouds that are below 5,000 feet over there, but do they count for whether or not it is kind of okay over here? I wonder. Unless there are low clouds over there. That does look a little bit like low clouds over there. They do seem to be closer by to the airport. More agricultural vehicles over there. That is looking like a machine with which you can pick up stuff that lays on the ground, for instance onions. I'm not sure if they're harvesting or picking up onions over there on that field. Next airplane arriving here is EasyJet with an A319 arriving from Bristol, flight 25530, Austrian registered, OELQJ. Embraer 190 arriving from Southampton behind that, 737-700 arriving from Glasgow behind that, Embraer 175 behind that, E2 Embraer behind that, 737-800 behind that. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. Patience is a virtue, and with a bit of patience we will get to see more wide bodies again soon, but right now, the next 10 minutes, not yet. Embraer 175. Or was that an Embraer 190? Hard to see with the backlight. Air controls over there. And Post NL in the background, the Dutch postal company. Used to be part of government. Now it's been privatized. I have my cell phone subscription for the data from KPN, which was the telecoms department. It used to be one big company, big national company, for both the phone and the postal services. Those have been split into KPN for the phone network, and PostNL is the national postal company. Both privatized. Hans, goedemorgen. W, goedemorgen, good morning. W says that the NCA 747 is active. Runway 24, around 11:30, estimated time of departure. Where is it going to fly to? Milan or somewhere else? Stefan, goedemorgen. Bill says the wind turbines are steady, but what about the windsock? Let me show you in a moment. Alice, good morning, or I should say good evening more properly to you. Tuning in from Brisbane. What was the official term again for people who live in Brisbane? Was that Brisbanians or Brisbees, or was it something else? I like the sound of Brisbees. The windsock, as per Bill J's request, there it is. Bit flaccid. Definitely not as aroused as it was on Monday. It's hard to trump what the wind was doing on Monday. That was pretty extreme. Later it was called an official storm, I think. Strict norms in the Netherlands to call something a storm. It has to blow with wind force 9 bar 4 for more than an hour, I think. I think that's the official definition. Oh, more underway. Yeah, so this tractor has the picking up machine, and this tractor, yeah, there you go. They're picking up stuff. I think these might be onions. I think these are onions that are already laying there on the ground that they're now putting in this container. So that's a Massey Ferguson, and is that Deutsch? Deutsch. That's what it was looking like. Razor has to go work. Thanks for stopping by, Razor. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. NCA to Frankfurt, thank you, W. You guys are saying it's potato harvesting and not onions. I would have to look at the machine a bit better. Could be, but I'm not sure. Let's see if we can have a look at that machine a bit better. Well, usually when potatoes get harvested, there are also people standing on them and also picking up stuff. I'm not too sure, I'm not convinced these are potatoes, might also be onions. If I had to bet, I would say onions. Tjerk, goedemorgen. Navarodja, good morning. Tuning in from Sri Lanka. Nice. Richard, goedemorgen. Delta? Let's see what is up next. KLM flight 1704 arriving from Brussels, all the way from Brussels, an E2 Embraer 195. No less than 28 whole minutes the flight duration. Papa Hotel November X-Ray Yankee Nexi. Nexi is brand new, first flight March 2025. Everybody's galore to both runways at the moment. All the European flights coming in. Keep me posted when the NCA is lined up and first to take off from runway 24. Let me know and I'll turn around the camera to film its departure. It seems that Russell has taken a seat over there, a bit further north. Next airplane coming this way is from KLM. Flight 924, arriving from Scotland. from Eden, to be precise, 737-800. The Papa Hotel Sierra Delta. The Hotel Sierra Delta, I think, once belonged to Transavia in the past. 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2011. Looking up and around me, not much to see in terms of overhead traffic. There is a twin jet that has passed by north of me, west to east. Is it another Qatar? Could be. It's too far away now to see the details, I think. Arjan, goedemorgen. Best Edith, good morning. Gerda, goedemorgen. Hey Bob, happy Poets Day to you too, buddy. Hope you've had a good one today. From one 737 to the next. Austrian Bombardier C-Series 300. Next after this to the center runway. Undoubtedly the Air Baltic. Is that also the Air Baltic that Wolfgang arrived on earlier in the week? I think it must be, unless they have more than one Air Baltic A220s flying for Austrian at the moment. Austrian flight 379 arriving from Vienna. I think this was Wolfgang's flight. Michael says we had a flight from Philly to Allentown, Pennsylvania. It was only 5 minutes. The first time we flew it, I asked the captain why. He said it was cheaper to fly the extra leg rather than not. Stupid airlines. What? How can flying an additional leg be more cheap than not doing it? You have the additional maintenance, you have the extra fuel cost, you have the landing rights, or at least that's what you have here in Europe. I'm not sure if you guys have that on all airports as well, but you have to pay for each landing. What? How can that be? How can that possibly be more? Can that be cheaper than not flying it? That boggles the mind. LH0285, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Jorik, goedemorgen. And Flypix is coming, says CJ. Flypix will undoubtedly fly in on center. Yep, I can see it already. There definitely are few clouds now over the Gulf of Yorkshire. This is looking to the west. They seem to have formed in a line. Is that the first cloud street? I think it might be. I think it might be, considering that the wind is coming from over there, and those small clouds do seem to have formed in line with the prevailing wind direction. I think this is the first cloud street of the show. In the meantime, the crows are keeping a close eye on me. Both Russell and his mates, no, not here, but there. They're definitely keeping out a close eye on me. Yannick says that Air Baltic has 2 daily flights for Austrian. But I'm assuming it's with one airplane, the same airplane, right? Alpha Bravo Whiskey. This is KLM flight 10556 arriving from Norwich. A mere 29 minutes. The only thing it has to do is traverse the Gulf of Yorkshire, and then it's here. Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Golf. 16-year-old airplane, first flight September 2009. Hey Arno, goedemorgen. Jacob, goedemorgen. Gerda, goedemorgen. Mr. F, good morning. Gra, gra. Gra, gra. Hello. Don't leave. We were just hitting it off, having a nice conversation. racist. Anyway. Bob says, looks lovely at Schiphol, similar to the day we had here. Well, today has been quite different from yesterday. I didn't do a stream yesterday because yesterday, most of the day, it was drizzly, misty, low visibility, low ceiling. Today, we're expecting to get an Indian summer day, tomorrow too, with temperatures going up to the mid-20s, 70s, 80, in the low 80s F, for those of you who used to Fahrenheit. Rain is expected though tomorrow, but in the end, the second half of the day, I think the late afternoon, maybe even in the evening and overnight. So if all is well, should be dry tomorrow morning, and I hope Sunday morning too. I'm also planning on doing an additional stream on Monday, weather permitting, to make good for the last streaming day yesterday. KLM flight 1944, arrival from Basel. Stefan says, Lufty 747 should be in sight southeast to northwest. Where is it flying right now then, Stefan? Looking in the direction of Frankfurt. No contrails visible. Air Icarus, but that is flying in an opposite direction and is small. Nothing seems to have passed me. Ah, wait, a little north of me. It's not producing a contrail, which is why I didn't see it initially. Let's see, zoom in a little. Now, where did I see it? It was over there somewhere, I think. Come on. Ah, there it is. Needle, haystack. Yes, there it is. Lufty, old livery. Same as members have access to as custom emoji. Easily recognizable as Lufty. The yellow and blue. So much more better looking than the current livery is. Don't know why airplane carriers think it's a good idea to make their liveries more monotonous. It's probably cheaper, the paintwork, but so uninspired. And indeed, prime numerology. Tomorrow, Saturday, is the last day of summer. The astronomical summer, that is. Meteorologically speaking, the autumn has already begun here in the Netherlands at the beginning of the month. Michael, goedemorgen, and good morning all others. Fortnite Dean says, hello, what time does the Orange Pride arrive? I don't see him on flight radar. Look over the ocean. KLM flight 744, arrival from Lima in Peru. You should be able to see it quite easily. It should arrive, what was it? 120, 130, 140, something like that. Stefan says, did I praise your eyesight today, boy? Your eyesight is incredible. It most certainly is not. It most certainly is not. If it was, you guys would be seeing me on other live streams flying in. The fact that I'm standing here filming pilots instead of being a pilot is proof of my eyesight not being incredible. But seeing a 747 against a blue sky, if you know where you need to look, is not that hard. But I didn't know I needed to look north of me. I was looking southeast of me. Which is why not only is it useful for you guys to tell me where I need to look for the traffic, but also where it is right now, what direction is it going in. If you're telling me southeast to northwest, then I know what route it's taking. but then I still need to know, is it still southeast of me? Is it right north of me? Is it right south of me? Ah, there you go. ETA of the orange flight is already 109. There you go. Thank you, Maria. Bright yellow vehicle on the N205. I think that might be an ambulance. Where did I see it? It's a bit further over there already. Or, oh yeah, there it is. And that is indeed an ambulance. (737) over there, arriving from Paris, KLM flight 1406, and over here we are going to see KLM Embraer. Well, I say KLM Embraer, but it is German Airways, the Herpa Derpa Derpa, arriving from Aberdeen, flying on behalf of KLM, Embraer 190 long range, 1 hour and 9 minutes away from Aberdeen in Scotland. And this is the DAC JJ. 18 years old, first flight 2007 somewhere. Probably January, but flight radar doesn't specify it for this airplane. It just says 2007. Hey! They're actually using the reversers. Getting ready for the NCA 7478. Thank you for the heads up, W. Taking off from runway 24 pretty soon. In the meantime, I need two Embraer 195 arriving from Dublin, next to land here. It's 11:41 and I'm no longer seeing traffic on flight radar that goes to runway center. So I think the Polderbaan once again has become the only runway open for inbound traffic. That is good news. Now looking for the Nippon Cargo 747. It is rolling. Thank you for the update. Philip Voetballer, goedemorgen. Frank, goedemorgen. Nippon Cargo on its way. Where did it go to again? Somewhere in Germany, right? Nippon Cargo 7478. The backlight makes it hard to discern details insofar as there are any on this livery. You can read the NCA on the tail. Nippon Cargo Airlines. Frankfurt. So it's going to make a left-hand turn away from us. We're standing a bit further back. Means that if airplanes are climbing out a little bit more enthusiastically, we are able to film them, continue filming them. KLM flight 1174, arriving from Stavanger, is about to land here on Polderbaan in the meantime. Two more narrow bodies, including this one. And then a 777 arriving from Vancouver. Hey Jorn, goedemorgen. And seems that we've crossed through 400 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. If you are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to see more content like this, make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. KLM flight 1788 is arriving from Hanover, Embraer 190, and KLM flight 682 in the background, 777-200 arriving from Vancouver. There should be a third airplane turning in. I'm not sure if we can see that already. It's an A321neo A-Jet arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. It's delayed. Stefanski says Retro Transavia just departed Malaga, ETA 218. That'll be a bit too late for me then. Ah, and there's the A321neo. No. Yeah, A321neo. Alright, KLM flight 1788 is about to touch down here, arriving from Hanover in Germany, not too far away, in the north. Flight time 38 minutes. It's only 10 minutes more than the flight duration from Düsseldorf would be, or from Brussels to Amsterdam, or as we established earlier, Norwich, which as the crow flies is also not too far away. There's definitely Cloud Street development taking place over the coastline, I think. Indicative of the wind blowing from the south today. This is KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver in Canada. 8 hours and 48 minutes to flight time. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec Hotel. The 200s in KLM's fleet are usually a bit older than the 300s, and this one too is 20 years old. First flight September 2004. Indeed, Vancouver. Oh? The sun is hiding behind a cloud over here where I'm standing for the first time since I began streaming today. What is up with that? It was a small Nimbocunus that was just in the way. What? Let's see, we have another narrow-body, wide-body combo. A321neo, A-Jet arriving from Istanbul in the foreground, and 777-300 arriving from Panama City in the background, KLM flight 758. I'm happy to see that more wide-bodies are approaching. It's a nice narrow-body, wide-body, narrow-body, wide-body combo. Although then we'll get to see at least 2 narrow-body or wide-bodies. No, make that 3. Nice. A few more wide bodies are arriving. Nicely dosed. Mixing it up makes for nice viewing. Indeed, Bill, Kaagbaan is a long way away from the Polderbaan, though not as far as the Aalsmeerbaan, 18 left, or runway 0422, the Oostbaan, which is furthest, I think. Marcel, goedemorgen. Good to see you again, mate. Thanks for the kind words. A-Jet VF1 arriving from Istanbul. A321neo. The TC Luck. 3 hours 14 minutes on the way. Bit longer than normal. Usually 3 hours Istanbul to Amsterdam. This flight today 3 hours 14 minutes. Nothing substantial. No Karen cabins on board this airplane. Karen will have to sit with the plebs. What? Unacceptable. Blasphemy. Butt shot in the making. And let's see through those see-through engines of the A321neo. High bypass, small core. Felix, good afternoon, good morning. It's morning for us, morning for you too. Hey Ton, yeah, laugh, laugh, laugh. Here, once again, one cloud, and it's right between me and, it's going to go right between me and the sun by the looks of it. Well, no, almost, not exactly. Almost. We're dodging bullets here. Cloudy bullets. Let's quickly turn back. The triple is about to land here. 777, 300 Hurricane in flight 758 arriving from Panama City. 9 hours and 42 minutes on the way. Dr. Drax, good morning. Big picture overview. Definitely getting a bit more cloudy here. This is looking to the east. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. And lastly, turning around to the north. It looks like there is a Lufty flying overhead. Where did I see that? That's a bit lower. No, a bit higher. There it is. Let's have a look. Lufty in the new livery. Is that an A350 or something? Not a very sizable contrail, at least just now. It does seem to be getting a bit bigger now. Next up, an Embraer 190 arriving from Teesside or Darlington. No, wait, no, Humberside. The other side, Humberside. It's an Embraer 190 long range, and the flight time for this flight has been 39 minutes and no less than 197 nautical miles. Indeed, long range. This airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight was somewhere in 2007. The month is not specified on flight radar. Next after this we are going to see Delta Airlines, and behind that another Widebody. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit. Next after this Stefanski is informing us about the Saudia 747. Let's have a quick look on flight radar. If all is well, they should be close by already. Yep, have a look. Two 747s arriving from the east. Polderbaan is the only runway open, so these two are going to land on the Polderbaan. Saudia first, and Compass Air Cargo next, flying on behalf of Emirates. Here we have the Orange Pride ETA 109. Last airplane of today's show is going to be, well, if it's going to be this late, might as well stick around for the Retro Transavia as well. Retro Transavia is over here. ETA 213, around the same time as the Atlas Air is expected. And lastly, the Emirates A380. That's the one that will be getting away from us to the center runway today. No getting around it, unfortunately. This is Delta Airlines flight 136, arriving from Detroit, Michigan. 7 hours and a minute on the way, the November 802 November Whiskey. 22 years old already, first flight June 2003. I'd have to look up the registrations. I was going through earlier footage of the the Kaagbaan back in 2005 and 6. When I went there with a potato to film with and take pictures. That was when Northwest had not yet gone bankrupt, and I definitely have filmed some A330s with November something 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 November Whiskey registrations, and I am wondering, have I already filmed some of these airplanes that we're seeing today back then, while they were still flying under the moniker of Northwest? Could well be. Sadia is assigned to the Polderbaan. Thank you, Duckman, for letting us know. As expected, since there are no other runways open for now, if all is well. But since it is Schiphol Airport, you cannot trust that all is well. Assumption is the mother of all F-ups, and that is definitely easy to do here at Schiphol Airport. So, Sadia is coming this way. That's good news. Compass will probably as well. It should, on paper. This is KLM flight 604 arriving from LAX. It's a 787-10, the BKQ, Bravo, Kilo, Quebec. 9 hours and 49 minutes underway. First flight July 2025. Brand new. But not in a new livery yet. The nose cone will tell you. The quote-unquote deeper smile will make a unicolor nose cone. On this airplane you could clearly see it was multicolored. Blue, stripe and the white. Next airplane coming in, Delta Airlines flight 144 arrived from Seattle, Washington. Bill J's hometown, the November 430 Delta X-Ray. 9 hours and 6 minutes underway. The airplane a year old, first flight August 2024. After that, an airplane that, if you are gluten intolerant, might give you the cramps, so look away if you are, because it's the EasyJet flight 22515 arrived from London Luton. Wind slowly but surely picking up a little bit. Delta Airlines A330 Neo, the November 430 Delta X-Ray, and this one's a year old. Has just turned one last month. In August 2024 is when this airplane first began to fly. Wind is definitely picking up. You can see more ripples in the water. No, they don't feel like using the reversers on this flight. Such a shame. It's definitely getting a bit more windy, as you can see by the ripples in the water. The windsock isn't showing yet. The windsock isn't showing. You can probably hear it and see it over here. Now, interestingly, a bit more land inward, where the scale of chimney smoke chimneys are situated, you can also see that there is definitely more verticality in the chimney smoke than probably would have been the case over here. We've got a couple of interesting overhead airplanes passing by. This is Emirates 777-300ER. A bit closer by, there's another airplane. And that's flying over here. American Dreamliner? Is that American Airlines? Looks like an American Airlines Dreamliner, if I had to guess. And are they going to cross one another? They do seem to be on course to intersect at some point. Let's keep a closer eye on those two. Yeah, well, if they are going to intersect, it's going to be so far away. It's only going to be pixels. It might just be that it's looking like that. Yeah, even if they are going to intersect, that's going to happen so far away, it's not going to be interesting to see. Saudia is flying over Markermeer. Somewhere over there, coming this way. Next up is going to be a KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Cardiff, flight 1088. Behind it is a 737 from Transavia arriving from Bari. Emirates to Dublin and American Airlines to Dallas. Thank you, Stefan. So there you go. Hey, what's happening here? That's outbound, isn't it? That's Singapore Airlines outbound. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. Hey! Wolfgang Amadeus Schwarzenegger has also arrived in the scene, in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And indeed, good afternoon. It's 12:01. Hand on the sticky place again, where they all keep their hand. Stick, stick. Okido, let's see. In the vicinity of Purmerend, which is where the scale of chimney smoke chimneys are situated, there should be a 747 from Saudia coming this way, flying on an extended base leg. Not seeing anything visually. Over there is a Transavia. For now, that looks to be the only airplane to the Polderbaan before the 747. So, is this Amsterdam? How can that be? I was already saying how yesterday it was such a different world with a low ceiling, low visibility, drizzle all throughout the day until the second half of the afternoon, when it only slowly began to get a bit better. I'm looking for the 747. I'm not seeing it yet. I'm mostly looking over my camera now first to see if I can spot something. I have it. I have it. Was it here or was it there? There it is. There it was. That's definitely the Saudia 747. But the cloud is in the way. It's going to reappear somewhere in the middle. Hey Dion, goedemiddag. There is an Embraer 190 arriving from the west, arriving from Teesside or Darlington, which is going to land before the 747 will. And there we go, even a bit further to the west already, but there it is. Saudia 747, Saudia Cargo, second queen of the day, of 4 in total. Retro Transavia, Orange Pride and the A380 from Emirates are also expected. Hey there, the cat! And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. It's a beautiful day here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Wind is blowing from the south. Polderbaan is the only runway open now for another hour. One 747 has already landed. This is 747 number 2. And several minutes behind it is the third 747 of the show. The fourth is going to arrive around 2 o'clock. They're all expected to land here. The only one getting away is going to be the Emirates A380. If all is well, Orange Pride arriving from Lima, and Retro Transavia arriving from, what was it, Seville or something? South of the Iberian Peninsula. Somewhere on the Iberian Peninsula is also expected for this runway. If all is well, on paper. Dion is asking about the ETA of the A380. Let me see if I can show you guys in a moment. Look along with me on Flight Radar to see what we can expect. First up, Saudia, turning final. And here we have Compass Air Cargo, which is also expected for the Polderbaan, minutes behind one another. Emirates is expected around 1:18. Here we have the Orange Pride expected around 1:12. We have the Atlas Air expected around 2:07, and the Retro Transavia now stands at 2:11. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. It's definitely my plan to catch all these airplanes. Okay, now, where was that 747? There it is, turning in. If it looks a bit pixelated, it is because I am using a lot of digital zoom. Particularly, light sources seem a bit more pixelated. In fact, circles around the light sources indicate, if they're perfectly circular, which they seem to be, indicate good collimation. In other words, that the optics are good, lined out properly. So the clouds are starting to interfere with glide slope visibility. They are beginning to interfere. There are also two contrails that I think might intersect, or will they? Where are they? To what extent will they? No. The one on the right is too fast. Pity. That looks like a bizjet. That is a bizjet. And over here, that must be a bizjet as well then. Yep, two bizjets. They're intersecting courses, but not simultaneously. They're not crossing, as it were. But it was looking nice. Alrighty. Queen number 2 and Queen number 3 is less than 15 minutes out. This is Saudia flight 933, Saudia Cargo, arriving from Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. The 9 Hotel Alpha Kilo Juliet. 9 Hack J. Not Bill J, but Hack J. 5 hours, 35 minutes to flight time. The airplane preceding it, the Embraer, has just now landed and is rolling out here. "28-year-old airplane. This is the Saudia. First flight November 1996. After this, 2 narrow bodies. Then what looks to become the 4th airplane is a Chinese 777, I think. The Emirates Sky Cargo Compass Air Cargo is approaching as well. Shadow of the 747 over the ground. Nice to see. Right, will this airplane get loud? Let's look and listen. You're watching the channel at your own discretion. I cannot be held accountable for loss to any speakers or eardrums. Idle reverse landing. Guess we'll hear another day. We live to hear another day. Next up, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from London. And an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Krakow. Yeah, Krakow. If you're enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe if you haven't already, if you want to see more live streams like these going forward. Spoilers go down, and I'm assuming the flaps are going to come up pretty soon as well. Yep, they're already in the process of being retracted. Hey Javaris, good morning. Perfect timing. This is the second queen of the show. If you joined us only just now, you probably missed the first one already. Landed a bit earlier in the show. There are two more coming. The next queen is already in almost in visual range, I think. Flying base. We have two narrow bodies first landing here, an E2 Embraer and an A320neo, and then a Chinese triple. And it looks like there is a Transavia 737 that they're placing between the 777 and the 747. KLM E2 Embraer 195. Here it is. Flight 1004 arriving from London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Wind is picking up a little. Maybe, just maybe, switching on a stabilizer might be a good idea. There we go. Jet plane, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, mate. Next airplane to land on the Polderbaan is going to be an A320neo from EasyJet arriving from Poland, Krakow. Windsock is definitely getting more aroused now. Even though we're not expecting any stormy winds like we had on Monday, things are definitely picking up a little, which is nice. Makes for a nice combo, the warm sun and warm ambient temperature and a nice refreshing breeze. Alright, that's the A320 Neo. Time for a Chinese triple. This is China Southern Cargo, flight 2573 arriving from Guangzhou in China. It's a 777 freighter. The Bravo 222 Whiskey. 11 hours and 24 minutes on the way to get here, ladies and gentlemen. Nearly half a day. And there's queen number 3. Compass Air Cargo, flying on behalf of Emirates Sky Cargo. Will the Chinese 777 freighter get loud? They usually have a tendency of getting loud, but you never know. They are also quite capable of doing buttery landings. Let's see. The butter, they've got them down already. Oh yes. And here's the reversers. Absolutely wonderful. Hey, is that compass the one that you're referring to, Wolfgang? Is it coming back? So it's landing while it departed yesterday while you were in P3. I did mention already in today's show that you had gone to P3. It's a lovely location. It's a shame that they don't let you stream from there, because that would be the best location to be streaming from, hands down. But there you go. The third queen of the show, being preceded by a Transavia 737. I'm going to keep the camera focused on the compass, air cargo, obviously. Flying under the moniker of Emirates Flight 9993. The Lima Zulu Charlie Juliet Charlie. 6 hours and 27 minutes on the way. Same time that the A380 also usually averages flying back to Amsterdam from Dubai. It's a 22-year-old airplane. First flight November 2002. It's also the thumbnail of today's show. Only when it landed here a couple of weeks ago, there were still mounds of sand here and all kinds of stuff in our way. And today, that's no longer the case, luckily. The man truck also has left. We're in the clear. And I'm hearing something heavy that is coming this way. Overhead, outbound traffic. Is that a triple? Charlie's triple. Most certainly is. Stuff happening left, right, and center. Right, third 747 of the show, and if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you want to see more streams like this, don't forget to like and subscribe if you haven't already. Compass Air Cargo. I don't think there are that many that come to Schiphol. Wouldn't be surprised if it's only one airplane that we get to see here. Right, well, will it get loud? Let's look and listen. Fingers crossed. Yes. That was the third 747 of the show, ladies and gentlemen. What can we still expect for today's show? A fourth 747, the Orange Pride, the A380, and Retro Transavia. So if you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming, and we're going to try to catch them all, just like Pokemon. Welcome back, Adrian, just in time. Indeed you are. Aer Lingus will be next. Shamrock Flight 604 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Let's turn around. Shamrock flight 604 will be next, arrival from Dublin, Ireland. A321neo. Flight time 1 hour and 4 minutes. The EILRE, Lima Romeo Echo. And a nice butt shot to boot. Good chance to see through those see-through engines. You guys are reporting buffering. I have no buffering on my end, and Stove says Odido, but I'm back to KPN already. This is KPN, just like I have been using throughout the entire duration of the stream, so not much I can do about it. KLM flight 1164 arriving from Bergen. Up next, 737-800, the PHBCA, Bravo Charlie Alpha. 1 hour and 23 minutes on the way. Airplane 14 years old, first flight November 2010. Next up will be EasyJet, arriving from Perth-Chester, flight 22179. Flight time 49 minutes. The Gezzers, GEZRZ. EasyJet arriving from Edinburgh, behind it another A320neo. Looks like Qatar will be next after that. Flying base, Qatar arriving from Doha, flight 8207. Next airplane of interest, that's going to arrive around 1:12. Atlas Air is expected around 2:05, and Transavia will arrive around 2:09. Going to stick around for all these airplanes to land here. Let's also have a look on at the weather. The meter in the ticker updates automatically. But if you are more visually inclined and you want to see what it's looking like, this is the current status quo. Wind blowing from the south, few clouds, 21 degrees C, the temperature 12 knots, the wind speed, no ceiling, few clouds at 2,100 feet, the air temperature is 21 degrees C. Next airplane landing here is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Edinburgh. Gary also back in the chat. Matt is too. Good afternoon, lads. Hope all was well. Next up, Qatar, flight 8207 arriving from Doha. 777 freighter, 6 hours and 12 minutes on the way. Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Juliet. 9-year-old airplane, first flight June 2016. Let's see, 2 Embraer 190s will be following this airplane after this. For the remainder, there are mostly narrow bodies following this triple. Patience will be tested. K2 in the meantime, just now passing by here on the other side. The replacement of K5, or is it actually still K1? Start flight 8207 up next, arrival from Doha. Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Juliet. 6 hours and 14 minutes on the way. Andy G, good afternoon. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all was well. What am I hearing? Sounded like stuff was happening to my west. But looking there, I didn't see anything. Cruise control, K2 in the meantime. Parked over there. Front row seat. Hey there, Mike. Good to see ya. Finally a good day indeed. Much better than it was yesterday. Much better than it was yesterday. Today and tomorrow it's going to be warm. Indian summer-like. Although I think later in the day tomorrow rain is expected. If all is well, the rain should have passed again come Sunday morning. I'm also planning on doing a stream on Monday to compensate for yesterday's stream that wasn't to be, if the weather will allow me to. Edwin, goedemiddag. Jip, goedemiddag. Elias, goedemiddag. Welcome to the show, one and all. Narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies for the time being. Constantly keep thinking I'm hearing overhead traffic, but I think it might be something else. Either that, or there are airplanes passing overhead that I'm not seeing that are not producing a control either, which has happened before earlier in the show. Next up, Britty Hopper, KLM flight 1020, arriving from Leeds. The leaders are back, 43 minutes underway to get here. The Golf Charlie Mike Zulu India, Embraer 190, 11 years old, first flight January 2014. Let's see, Embraer 190 after that. That's a lot to see. Hans' favorite Welling is also flying downwind. Hey there, Marino. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all others who may have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at Polderbaan Runway 18 right. Wind is blowing from the south. Beautiful day here. Indian summer. Four 747s in today's show. 3 have already landed. A 4th is underway, arriving from Miami. Retro Transavia is still underway, the KLM Orange Pride is underway, and so too is the Emirates A380. The latter expected to be the only one getting away to the center runway. The rest, if all is well, should land here on this runway. Just as how the previous 747s, all 3 have landed here as well. Good timing in that respect. Nice little butt shot to boot. 3 Bravo Foxtrot Juliet. 6 hours and 14 minutes on the way. Arrival from Doha. The Alpha 7 Bravo Foxtrot Juliet. 11 years old, first flight January 2014. The butt shot custom emoji, you can use it again. Now, there is a crayfish fish net here as well. The fisherman is not here yet. Not sure on which days he actually does check the nets. He was here on Monday. I'm thinking he may have already checked the nets yesterday. Evenly distributed over the week. Now at Schiphol there's always a lot to see. This is lot flight 263 arriving from Warsaw. And this is the SPLMC Lima Mike Charlie. That landing is looking very polished. Yeah. Absolutely it is. There's no carrying cabin on board. No separate carrying class. Not as much to see through on the engines of this Embraer. It's the E2s that have the geared turbofan, high bypass, engines that you can see through easily. A321s don't have geared turbofans, but they do have higher bypass than the Embraer 190. Alright, looking up and around. Lots of blue still, some low clouds here looking in the west. This is looking to the north. More clouds now also land inwards if you look to the east. And again, looking in the direction of the prevailing wind, looking to the south right now, you can see there is some high cirrus clouds further down south, more towards the horizon. It's relatively calm over here, as you can see, not many people here. There is a machine over there, undoubtedly used for harvesting or something. That doesn't seem to be in use right now. It seems that they stopped, well, not mid-air, but mid-harvest. They are definitely doing something over there, picking up stuff or harvesting. Busy, busy. Next up, Hans' favorite, Vueling, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona, the ECOKG. Where's that 0 kg? 0 kilograms. Not sure. Hey, and it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. If you want to see more content like this going forward, make sure to like and subscribe if you haven't already. This is Vueling flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona, 1 hour and 43 minutes on the way. Is the dot still in place? The eternal question. Answer is sí, señor. Yes, sir. And Nielsen is back. And Leo is tuning in from Manila in the Philippines. Good afternoon. And welcome to the show, mate. More butt shots. More butt shots. Don't forget, members, there is a custom emoji especially dedicated to this phenomenon called butt shots. Excavator in the background. They're now going to do the same work on the dikes on that side as they have been doing over here in the last couple of weeks. Which is why there are piles of sand being deposited there, and an excavator is working. We'll probably see those poles over there pretty soon as well, and those barriers. Twin jet passing by overhead, a bit north of me, west to east. Qatar, question mark. No, but what it is then That's Singapore, is it? Or was that Singapore? E2 Embraer over here. KLM Flight 1774 arriving from Berlin. And Osprey. I think I am able to see. There we have it. Don't see those every day. Lovely. Quiet as well. Bob wonders if Jesus already flew over. He certainly did. We all behaved, so that's why the channel is still here. If we misbehaved, obviously it would have been the end of this channel. But Jesus has already returned to Edinburgh. And if all is well, shouldn't be bothering us, at least not for the remainder of the stream. Oh, and it was Etihad. Ah, okay, Etihad 78710 from Persenchester. Thank you, Stefan. Transavia in the meantime. 747. Is that the next airplane? Is that the next airplane? Nothing before it? Doesn't look like it. KLM Flight 1602 arriving from Rome. Stefan says Beluga far north. How far north? Could you guys be a bit more specific if there's stuff that you want me to turn the camera to? Now looking around, it's interesting, the division of clouds. To the north and east it is low clouds at the horizon. It's mostly open, but a few low clouds in the west. The south mostly has cirrus clouds, those feel like clouds. In the meantime, twin jet passing overhead near my zenith. Pretty damn near the zenith. What's that? Edelweiss? It's Edelweiss, isn't it? Or Eurowings? What does it say? Hard to see the details. Hey, is that a bird control meetup? I think it is. It is a bird control meetup. Eurowings. Thank you, Wouter. Beluga too far north? Okay. Next up should be an A321Neo arriving from Rome. Donut swap, indeed, Jeff. You got the money? Yeah. You got the stuff? Yeah. Right. Let's wheel and deal. There are also viewers of the airplanes on the other side. Somebody's sitting over there. A Piaggio P3, which is a motorcycle with 2 front wheels that you can drive when you have a regular driver's license for your car. Somebody's standing over there as well. Oh, bicycle on the on the entrance to the runway area. That is strictly forbidden. There we go. Land cruiser with dirt on it. That's the way we want to see our Land Cruisers. What was the expression again? You can go into the desert with a Range Rover, but you need a Land Rover, but you can get out of it with a Land Cruiser. If you want to get out of it, you need a Land Cruiser. I think that's it. Anyway. Next up, Norwegian with the Peter C. Asbjornsen. There's a quad squad engine, a quad squad member passing overhead over here. Let's have a look. What is it? Atlas Air, easily recognizable as such. Atlas Air, nice to see. Immediately north of me, flying west to east, bit to the south. Norwegian with the Peter C. Asbjornsen livery. Ah, that was it. Yeah, indeed, Jeff. Can I take this Land Rover into the desert? Yes, but take a Land Cruiser if you want to come back. Indeed. Well, you still need to maintain your car properly. If not, then even a Land Cruiser might disappoint you. Asbjornsen. 737-800, Lima November, Deer, Delta Yankee Romeo, and the face is gone. But then again, so too was that the case on the picture on Flight Radar. It used to be Peter, or it will become Peter pretty soon. Next up, Tapa, Portugal. Ah, and we missed the crossing of airplanes. That probably looked like it was a close one. X111. The writing is in the sky. The writing is in the sky. What's this then? Twin jet coming this way. The writing was in the sky, 11. I'm not crazy, but it was what it said. It is what it said. Tapa, Portugal, flight 668, arriving from Lisbon, A321neo. Charlie Sierra Tango Juliet Lima is the registration, 2 hours and 23 minutes the flight time, 6-year-old airplane. First flight, December 2018. It's 12:44. Next airplanes of interest, the Orange Pride and the Emirates A380. Shouldn't be too far off anymore. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar just to see where they are in the sky right now. While we are here, we can also look at the other airplanes of interest. The Transavia is still active. It has crossed the Pyrenees and is still expected to arrive here around 2:10. Now with an ETA of 152 is the Atlas Air. Let's see, it's a race who wins 114, the ETA of the Orange Pride, and the A380 118 now. So it's a race against the clock. Who will arrive here first? It's not going to be the Transavia, that's for sure. It's between the A380 and the Orange Pride. A380 almost certainly is going to land on the center runway, which will open up in 15 minutes from now. However, if all is well, Retro Transavia, Orange Pride and the Atlas Air 747 are all expected to land here on the Polderbaan. X1, is that Musk marking his kid's name? It might well be. It might well be. Anyway, goedemiddag and good afternoon to all others who have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, where 3 747s have already landed. All 3 here on this runway. A 4th is underway. Transavia Retro is underway. Orange Pride is underway. Emirates A380 is underway. And the latter, likely the only one that will get away from us today. But you never know. We have been lucky before. We're also lucky to be able to see butt shots again. We're standing right in line with the first exit, so any airplane taking the first exit will give us a straight on butt shot. Hey Raif, goedemiddag. Or good morning I should say. Morning for you still. What's the time difference? 6 hours I think? Definitely more airplanes in the sky over there. And there is a twin jet coming my way. Let's see. There it is. Hard to make out any details already. Twin jet that will pass north of me shortly. Still a bit to the east. In the meantime, one after the other narrowbody is landing here. Another KLM Embraer, an Embraer 175. No? Yes. The moment I was doubting, it is an Embraer 75. Ah, Saudia 787-10 to Persenchester. It's interesting, it's always traffic to and from Persenchester that we're seeing here. In the meantime, narrowbodies one after the other narrowbodies is landing here. However, the next airplane after this 737 is going to be an Iceland Air 767. KLM flight 1614 having arrived from Milan. Spacious cabin in the back. Next up is going to be Iceland Air Flight 500, and behind that is a KLM A330-200 arriving from Bonaire. Hey Brody, good to see you again, mate. Iceland Air Flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, 767-300. 2 hours and 41 minutes of the way. The TF ISN Tango Foxtrot India Sierra November. 25-year-old airplane, first flight August 2000. And roar, indeed, Wouter. still relatively calm over here. There was a guy sitting on the bench right there. He is off again. People sitting on the concrete bench over there. There are some people walking, coming this way. There's a family or a group of friends sitting over there. There's somebody on a, is that a folding bicycle? Might be. Over there. Interesting carrier position. Behind the people here in the foreground, you can see people standing at the fence. That fence is the Spottersplatz itself. And here we have KLM flight 765, the countdown flight number A330-200, arriving from Bonaire. And it's the PHAOA. 8 hours and 45 minutes on the way. 20-year-old airplane, first flight August 2005. A319 from Air France behind that, arriving from Paris. Harry the Heron, also doing a flyby. It's probably not going to get loud, but it has happened before that KLM widebodies surprise us. Yeah, no, not going to happen. Nice wheelie though. Idle reverse landing. 12 minutes on the way. Papa Hotel, November X-ray Oscar. Two-year-old airplane, first flight January 2023. Alright, one more narrow body and then it is finally time for another wide body, the 777-300ER, now number 2, KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. After that it is time for Ryanair to make an appearance in today's show. Let's see if today they are going to use their reversers like they often do. In the meantime, here in the foreground we have KLM flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic, 1 hour and 7 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel, Bravo, Charlie, Golf. Now this is a 6-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. As it says, Ryanair will probably charge you for having them on the show. Thus far I haven't seen any invoices from them, but let's not give them any ideas, shall we? Next up, KLM flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, 7 hours and 40 minutes on the way, 777-300ER, the Papa Hotel, Bravo, Victor Kilo, the BVK. 7 hours and 40 minutes on the way, 12 years old, first flight May 2013. The wind has begun to pick up a little bit. What does it say in the METAR right now? film the landing first. Paul says orange pride expected for the confirmed for the Polderbaan as expected. That's great news. Unsurprising, but still nice to get it confirmed. Hey, Olaf is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. What was the wind saying? Shit, now I missed it. Wanna have a look in the meter, in the ticker, which is automatically updated, but each time I look, the information I was looking for already has passed. We'll see it soon enough. Wind definitely has picked up a little in the last couple of hours. Wind is still firmly from the south. And it doesn't look like those cirrus clouds that have been visible on the southerly horizon are getting any closer. 13 knots for the wind, thank you Nielso. Ryanair up next, flight 3102, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. 737-800, the EIEBD Echo Bravo Delta. 16-year-old airplane. First flight January 2009. A380 assigned to center as expected. Thank you, Maria. The A380 had an ETA of 131 all of a sudden. More than, well, almost 15 minutes more than a few minutes prior. Has the ETA changed back to what it was before, more in line of 1:15, or did something happen and did it occur a lot of unexpected delay all of a sudden? No reversers for Ryanair today, but we will see a butt shot now. Next up, KLM flight 1270 arriving from Copenhagen, 737-800. There it is. 59 minutes on the way, nominal flight duration, Copenhagen, Amsterdam usually averages around an hour and today is no exception to that. 17-year-old airplane, first flight May 2008. Next up a Transavia A321neo and after that a Delta A330neo arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Let's see, it's 1:03. That means that all the airplanes that you see arriving from the east are going to land on the center runway from now on. Here we have a quad-engined airplane that is coming this way. Air Icarus. The dark tail end already reveals that it is a Lufthansa, but which one it is, hard for me to see. Oh, and there's also an airplane flying overhead that is not producing a contrail. There is a cloud in the vicinity and that makes it a bit easier to spot. Narrow body, but it's not producing a contrail, as you can see. Here we have Transavia flight 6728 arriving from Seville. Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Alpha, 220 minutes on the way. Airplane a year old, first flight April 2024. And it's an A340 overhead. Thank you, Stefan. Lufty to Detroit. In the meantime, it has passed us by. There it is. Always more contrasty when looking at the airplanes from behind with the sun in our back. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. 7 hours and 21 minutes on the way, the November 424 Delta X-Ray. A330neo. 7 hours and 21 minutes on the way, 2 years old, first flight May 2023. Captain Wheelie! Captain Wheelie on the Delta. Absolutely wonderful. What a tremendous wheelie that was. Flipping awesome. Let's see, there is a twin jet passing overhead, over there, north of me, east to west. What's this? That is Emirates. That's an Emirates 777-300ER. Here we have KLM flight 1502 arriving from Madrid, 737-800, 1 hour 51 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel BXN, Bravo X-Ray, November, 24 years old, first flight December 2000. The first airplane to the center runway is approaching. Air Baltic flight 621 arriving from Riga. That is an A220-300, Bombardier C-Series 300. Not seeing anything after this airplane to the Polderbaan right away, but there is a 777 turning in now. That is the Orange Pride. Orange Pride is turning in, turning final. KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Next up will be the Orange Pride KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Here it is already. Now if you are in Peru, you're not too far away from a country called Ecuador. Flight time for this airplane has been 11 hours and 24 minutes thus far. The PHBVA Orange Pride, 17 years old, first flight January 2008. You can already make out the orangey nose if I use extensive zoom. Am I hearing? What's that I'm hearing? Ah, yeah. It's the little baby grebe. That was making a lot of noise over here. Or, yeah, there it is. Looking for its parent, I think. Choop, 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 choop. Yeah. Are you looking for mommy and daddy? Oh. I did see it's one of its parents before. Definitely spotted an adult grebe here earlier in the show. Anyway, here we are again with the KLM Orange Pride BVA KLM Flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru. Flight time 11 hours and 26 minutes. 17-year-old airplane, first flight January 2008. Aww. Baby grebe is still here. Aww. Such a cutie. They look so nice in that zebra livery when they're still younger. Right, now, where is the A380? Yeah, A380 has just left Lelystad and is crossing Marker Meer right now. So that is still 10 or so minutes out, but it's nowhere near as far out as the ETA was a couple of minutes ago, around 1:30. That seems a bit excessive. Twin jet passing overhead right now as well. Also in a zebra livery of sorts, if you will. Condor. There it is, the KLM Orange Pride. Now, still expected in a few minutes from now, unfortunately to the center runway, the A380, the Emirates A380 is flying base now. Retro Transavia is also expected still. Let's have a quick look and see where the airplanes of interest are right now. So, the Emirates A380 is flying over here, base leg over Marker Meer right now. Zooming out, we can see the next two airplanes. Atlas Air with an ETA of 154 and with an ETA of 207. The Retro Transavia is coming this way. Let us quickly go back to the camera. The Emirates A380 is flying over Marker Meer. I think it ought to be visible more easily than earlier 747s have been when trying to look them up. Now the sky is no longer as milky as it was before when the earlier 747s arriving from the east were approaching. So in a few minutes from now, I think we ought to be able to see the Emirates A380 if we know where exactly we need to look. I think it should stand out against a now much more bluer backdrop. In the meantime, Turkish Airlines over here on the glide slope to the center runway, Turkish flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul in Turkey. 3 hours and 10 minutes on the way, nominal flight duration. We have a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Kristiansand, about to land here on the Polderbaan. KLM flight 1186, 1 hour 16 minutes to flight time. Papa Hotel Echo X-Ray Whiskey. 7-year-old airplane, first flight January 2018. It seems that people are not all caught up with the stream due to buffering issues. I see people still putting orange pride emojis in the chat, even though that has already landed. Don't know what is up. Apparently KPN is not 100% foolproof either. Odido is shit, KPN is shit, so what else do I do then? Well, catch the A380 as I was filming another airplane, incidentally. There we go. We have a visual on Emirates A380 standing out quite clearly against the blue backdrop in the distance. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. 6 hours and 31 minutes underway as we speak right now, so roughly ballpark nominal flight duration. The Alpha 6 Echo November. Echo November, in Dutch pronounced één, means one or a. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight May 2013. Right now there is no traffic coming to the Polderbaan. I am looking around me to see if maybe there is if there is a runway inspection in progress. Not seeing that happening right away. Right now the A380 is looking to become the 4th arrival here for the center runway. Should start turning final pretty soon. There it is. It is a standard livery, as you guys can see. Nice turn. Oh, I wanted to zoom out a little bit since the vibrations are a bit annoying if you are zoomed in so far. Wind has definitely picked up a little, blowing from the south. Headwind, mostly for the airplane's landing. That would probably be the Embraer 190 before it. KLM flight 1420 to Nantes, arriving from Nantes. There it is, the beast of the east. outer main gear extended, then comes out the inner main gear, and then you'll see all the hatches close again. And that's the gear extended. There's still no airplanes coming to the Polderbaan from what I can see on flight radar. Getting busy in the air as well, with two contrails passing one another. Quad-engined airplane over there, another Emirates A380, and also a wide body of sorts. Here it is, Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai. Right now, 6 hours and 38 minutes on the way. Ballpark average flight duration, usually 6.5 hours or so. This is the Alpha 6 Echo November. Year-old airplane, first flight May 2013. First one of the squad members getting away from us, going to the center runway. If all is well, it should be the last airplane as well. If all is well, the retro Transavia and the Atlas Air that are still underway will both land on Polderbaan. Alright, tractor over here on the cycling path, a vent that needs to move. And there's a Schiphol authorities vehicle here as well, interestingly, as if it is chaperoning the tractor, which is interesting because normally they don't need chaperoning. Those tractors will will hold their own. Now it is interesting to see that there is luckily still traffic coming to the Polderbaan. We just had to wait for it a little. There it is. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Chester with a Vueling A320 arriving from Alicante behind it. It is 1 24 now. Let's see where the other airplanes of interest still are. They're still out there. Transavia is flying in the vicinity of Paris, a little west of Paris, and is expected in 40 minutes from now. Atlas Air is flying in England still, and it is expected to be here in 30 minutes from now. Let's have a look at the visualization of the weather. We started out with a cavalcade day, then some few clouds started to appear, and they're still here. Few clouds at 2,100 feet. The wind is blowing from the south, that's headwind mostly, 13 knots of wind. The air temperature is 22 degrees C, that's roughly 74 Fahrenheit. Air pressure 1021 hectopascals. Not much to write home about in that respect. Bob has to go. Thank you for stopping by, Bob. Enjoy the rest of your night. Sleep well. Hopefully see you again soon. This looks like a potato harvester, from what I can see. And they're busy harvesting now. Definitely looks like a potato harvester. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Anyway. Let's see, our next airplane is an EasyJet A320neo arriving from Manchester. A320 Neorio, flight 22163. This is the Guzzlx. GUZLX. Now, we dodged bullets here today. Not just cloudy bullets, but also Jesus. Jesus passed over the Netherlands to check in on us on its way back from Prague to Edinburgh. Luckily we all behaved, or maybe we didn't, some of you didn't. That's why we had some buffering. Punishment from Jesus. That's what you get if you misbehave. Big picture wise, this is looking to the east where things look open. Looking to the south, it does look like those cirrus clouds are ever so slowly getting closer by. Now looking to the west, southwest, cirrus clouds, northwest, mostly open still. Looking directly to the north. That's the openest, the most open part of our sky here right now. Next up, Vueling, flight 1375, arriving from Alicante. ECMBS. Oh, the tractor with the harvester is reversing. The wolf. I thought the wolf was back in Austria. But apparently the wolf is also here. Another one of Hans' favorites. Vueling flight 1375 arriving from Alicante. Is the dot still there? It is. It certainly is. Arjan has to go. Thanks for stopping by, Arjan. Hopefully see you tomorrow, mate. It is narrow bodies galore to both runways right now. We have a 737 arriving from Zurich and another few lights twinkling in the background. Another Vueling. In the meantime, flying to the center runway over here, we have an Embraer 190. It's narrow bodies, narrow bodies, narrow bodies for the time being. Embraer 190 arriving from Gothenburg. KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. The Papa Hotel, Bravo X-Ray Golf. Next up, Vueling flight 8312. Time for me to have a quick small sip of vodka. Vueling flight 8312 is arriving from Barcelona. Flight time 1 hour and 49 minutes. ECMBE Mike Bravo Echo. One hour and 49 minutes on the way. That seems to be somewhat average for Barcelona to Amsterdam. 1 hour and 50 minutes to 2 hours sometimes. Madrid is also 2 hours, which I think on paper is a bit further away from Amsterdam than Barcelona is. Depends on the route as well, of course. 17-year-old airplane, first flight March 2008. Fueling, welling, fueling, wheeling. It's something. Forgoing the first exit. It's an Embraer 190. KLM flight 1176 arriving from Stavanger. The PHEZF Echo Zulu Foxtrot, 16 years old, first flight July 2009. It's all narrow bodies for the time being. Narrow bodies to both runways. We have an Embraer 190 and a 737 flying behind it. There's also a 737 next approaching the center runway. KLM flight 1218 arriving from Stockholm. NJ is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And welcome to all others who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. And we are here at the Polderbaan. Primary runway for arrivals. Now one of two runways until approximately 2 o'clock. Two more airplanes of interest that we are sticking around for. Retro Transavia, which I think, if I recall correctly, is arriving from Seville. And there's an Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. The Atlas Air is expected to arrive here in around 20 minutes, and the Retro Transavia will not be much later than that. Shortly after 2 o'clock is its estimated time of arrival. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed 3 747s landing on the Polderbaan already this show. The Orange Pride has also landed here. The A380 unfortunately went to the center runway, as almost always is the case when it arrives after 1 o'clock. 737 from Stockholm. Next up, a 737 here, arriving from Barcelona. And a 737 after that to the center runway, arriving from Oslo. Hey there, Darren. Good afternoon. Darren wonders about the A321 Retro Transavia. If we have a close look on flight radar, you can see that the airplanes are approaching. Atlas Air flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire, just past Norwich. Retro Transavia in the north of France, about to enter Belgium in a couple of minutes from now. ETA 205 for the Retro Transavia and the same ETA for Atlas. Wouldn't that be something if we were to see a back-to-back landing of these two airplanes? Now all of a sudden their estimated times of arrival coinciding 5205. This is KLM flight 1200 arriving from Oslo. Next up, an Embraer 175 arriving from Turin. Over there, flying parallel to it is a Vueling A320neo arriving from Valencia. Next airplane after this Embraer 175 should be an A321neo from Transavia arriving from Porto in Portugal. And the third airplane that you can already see is also from Transavia and is arriving from Kefalonia, I think. No, Reykjavik. Keep saying it wrong. In the meantime, tractor with hay? Bales of hay? Or no, it's not a tractor. What is that? Some type of excavator? Flappy bales of hay? Interesting, interesting, interesting. People will have to get out of the way.
Oh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch, get out the way.
Harvesting also still taking place over there. A green tractor and a red tractor. Is this Deutsch? I think it is. I think it might be. The red tractor, almost certainly Massey Ferguson. All kinds of stuff happening in the fields over here. Transavia flight 6006 is arriving from Porto in Portugal. The Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Charlie. 2 hours and 7 minutes flight time has been. Brand new airplane, first flight December 2024. Few more months before it'll celebrate its first birthday. Transavia still firmly believes no separate cabins for Karens. You either sit with the plebs like the rest, or you take a different carrier to get to your destination. No nonsense attitude by Transavia. Adrie has to go. See you later, Adrie. Well, lately I have been watching a lot of harvesting videos and agricultural videos, and based on what I have seen, I am inclined to say that these are onions that they are picking up from the field. A potato harvester looks more involved. I am inclined to say that what you're seeing over there is in fact a potato harvester. Then again, I'm not going to pretend that I am an expert on agriculture, but I have seen a lot of videos on farming lately. If I had to guess, this is what I would be saying. Here another Transavia, a 737 without a carrying cabin. Alrighty, 2 airplanes visible, KLM flight 1138 arriving from Dublin and KLM flight 1032 arriving from Chester. Thijs asks about a Falcon Leap. I have no idea. When was that supposed to happen? Haha, Jeff says, you'll be telling us all about vaccines next. I know we're watching videos, Leeds. Well, I'll be talking about vaccines on my day job. Enough. I'm not going to bore you with that. There is a twin jet control passing overhead to the northeast right now. Let's have a quick look. Atlas to Polderbaan. Thank you, Paul. Nice to get confirmation. It was Paul, wasn't it? Yeah. As expected, if all is well. Oh, that's the Chinese to Hainan Airlines, something like that. That's probably the one from Brussels, right? Alrighty, it is KLM flight 1032 arriving from Chester, A321neo. 15 minutes on the way. Fax G, Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Golf. Brand new airplane, first flight March 2025. Maria has to sign off, it's bedtime for her. Maria, thank you so much for joining us here today. Sleep well, hopefully see you again tomorrow then. Fax G with a spacious cabin in the back, as you can see. That rhymes unintentionally. Hey, you're all of a sudden also in the chat. How long have you been there? Good to see you again, mate. Alrighty, now, where are the airplanes we are looking for? That 747 is still well over the Gulf of Yorkshire. There is a Qatar 777 arriving from Doha, but it's 1:42, so Qatar is probably going to be landing on the wrong runway. Ah, just joined. There you go. Huh? Why am I not seeing that? Ah, the underscore. Underscore doesn't make it red in my chat. Just at AMS Live or without at, that does show up. AMS underscore live does not show up. Or at least it shows, but it doesn't pop up red, like when you're getting tagged. Bit of a better look at the wolf over there. Nice machine. Yeah, now I do see it, Jörg. I don't think you necessarily need to include the at. I think just AMS Live pops up red as well. Could test it, but... Hey there, Marcos. Hey there, Paul. And Mehmet, once again gifting a membership, mate. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much for doing it anyway. Who is the recipient? It's Canada Chef Chris. Welcome to the Skylands, Chris. pretty certain you were a member before already. In that case, welcome back. If not, welcome. Have fun with the custom emojis, Chris. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet. Mehmet, thank you so much for your generosity. Above and beyond, mate. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. Next up is going to be Caleb Flight 1006, arriving from London Heathrow. Or is it continuing? No, don't think it is, because there it is already. It's turning final. Gear is already out. On Flight Radar for a moment it was looking like it might be continuing to the center runway, but it isn't. It isn't. That 777 from Qatar. Yeah, that's going to the wrong way. There it is. Mehmet, come on. Mehmet just now gifting another membership, and Mark Kramer is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, Mark. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet for the gifted membership. Have fun with it, with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you. Mehmet, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. Another gifted membership, courtesy of you. Now I'm looking to my left, because Flight Radar tells me that there is a bizjet coming my way. And I am wondering, it looks like it'll pass south of me. Oh yeah, I have it. I have it. Or at least... yeah. And there you go. That's how easy it is to see, to find stuff if you have frames of reference, like that little cirrus cloud. Makes it quite easy to point the camera to it and then find the airplane. Bizjet on its way to runway 22 to land. There you go. This is KLM Flight 1006, having arrived from London Heathrow. And Mehmet just now went ahead, gifted no less than 10 memberships. Mehmet, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you went ahead and did it anyway. I hope that everybody who just now received gifted memberships from you will say thank you and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Mehmet, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. Mehmet is on the loose indeed. Don't be spending any money on the channel that you might need yourselves. I don't want anybody to do that. I would feel very uncomfortable if any of you would do that. Mehmet, thank you so much once again for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those 10 new members. In the meantime, the Qatar... oh, Arjan is now also joining. Arjan van Vught, gifting 5 memberships. Mate, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, Arjan. Hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you will also say thank you to you. Have fun with those custom emojis, guys. Make sure to say thank you to whoever gifted you a gifted membership. Arjan, good afternoon to you too. Coming in with a bang, we call that. And in the meantime, this is Qatar Flight 273, arriving from Doha. 6 hours and 14 minutes flight time. Alpha 7 BAN, the BAN. It is a 777-300ER, it is a passenger airplane, Qatar Airways. The airplane is 14 years old, its first flight was in March 2011. Next up we are going to see KLM Flight 706, or is that turning in for... no, that's turning in... 706 is turning in for center, isn't it? What's happening? Nee. 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 Ik heb geen idee, maar ik ben hem niet.
sta jij dan op?
Ja, maar ik ben geen, ik ben niet die persoon. De persoon die je omschrijft, die filmt met een iPhone. En ik ben ietsjes uitgebreider en wat geavanceerder dan dat. Nee.
Ik heb op YouTube gekeken, is er wel, want ik zag al die volk aan die Dat is niet.
Ik denk dat u zich vergist in het kanaal. Ik ben AMS Live.
Ik heb het op telefoon. En daar ben ik niet op dat ze binnenkwamen.
Ja, dat kan.
Maar dan ben jij daar op YouTube.
Dat denk ik wel, als het goed is wel. Ik zit wel op YouTube nu. Ja, zeker.
Dat bedoel ik, kijk direct nu wel aan.
Ja, maar u haalt wel 2 kanalen door de war.
Ja, nee, dat begrijp ik nu ook.
Nogal een verschil tussen de twee. It looks like KLM flight 706 is going to the wrong runway, and I think that might be because they will do a runway inspection in the meantime. That is usually a good sign, but it does mean that KLM flight 706 is going to the wrong runway. KLM flight 1776 A321neo, arriving from Berlin. Stefan says that there is a beluga passing north of me. How far north do I need to look? Because I'm not seeing anything right away. Between Den Helder and Schiphol. Where is it right now? And where is it flying to? West to east, east to west? Where is it right now? I need more clear vectors from you guys if you want me to find stuff. If it's not producing a contrail, you need to be very precise. And indeed, Ray. East to west. Okay. And where is it flying right now? Passing over Horn, so it's still pretty far to the east. Okay. What's its altitude? $30K, okay, so not sure. Don't see any contrails being produced, namely. West to east to west over Alkmaar in a few moments. Right. Well, let's have a look. It's a bit harder to find anything that isn't producing a contrail with the cirrus clouds that also now have formed over there. I do see something that isn't producing a contrail, but that's flying in the wrong direction. So there's that, but that's not the beluga, obviously. Oh, I think I have it. I think I have it. Quite easy to see. It stands out quite clearly. Here you go. There it is. There's your beluga. It's looking like it's also coming this way a little bit. Is it flying a bit to the southwest? Where's it going to? Okay, going to Chester. since it is, it's looking like it's coming a little bit closer by. I'm not sure. This is probably more or less the closest by as it's going to approach where I am filming from. Oh. Well, might not be producing a control, but it is. It does stand out quite clearly against the blue backdrop of the sky. For those of you who are wondering where it is in my sky right now, this is fully zoomed out. But if you're standing here, you can quite easily see it. Luckily for us, the backdrop is blue. Now you can see it's moving away from us again. It's now only going to get less clear. Right. Let's focus back on the business at hand, and that is a 747 approaching here. In the meantime, Atlas Air has arrived. It's the fourth and last queen of today's show. Flight 8209 7478 freighter, the November 860 Golf Tango. 7 hours. Look on Flight Radar right now. Flight time 7 hours and 47 minutes. It is poetic. In a minute, it is going to be 748, which is also the 3-digit abbreviation of the airplane type. First flight, April 2022, making this airplane 3 years old. It's a 7478. Those do have the tendency to get loud if they use their reversers. The question is, will they? Parallel arrivals are still in progress for a few more minutes. It's 3 to 2. So I'm also expecting the center runway to close pretty soon. We're still going to wait for a few more minutes after this airplane has landed to film the arrival of the Transavia Retro. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. That will become the last airplane of today's show. Let's look and listen. Atlas Air, fourth queen of the show. Will it get loud? Not too bad, not too bad. Now, Transavia Retro, it is flying west of me on the downwind leg of the Gulf of Yorkshire. I am already looking to see if I am able to spot it. It's already a bit north of Haarlem. Let's see. Yeah, I've been struggling with seeing airplanes flying over the Gulf of Yorkshire downwind all day now. There is a 777-300 behind it. Trying to see if I can find it so that at least I have a frame of reference, but yeah, I'm not succeeding in seeing it. We'll see it soon enough though. It will turn final pretty soon. It's on the downwind leg now. Obviously there is a 777 right behind it, so worthwhile to catch its landing too. We'll probably do that as we're filming the rollout of the retro Transavia. I think the last airplane to the center runway is about to pass by me. KLM Embraer 190 arriving from Gdansk in Poland. Martin says a butt shot of a queen is a tad disrespectful. Well, it's an off-axis butt shot. We're not looking in her track right away, directly. I think that makes it, well, doesn't matter. Jesus is no longer over Dutch airspace anyway, so we can get away with it anyway. Next up, EasyJet A320 arriving from Malta. For a moment I was about to say KM Malta, but it's EasyJet. Is that the SkyTeam livery? I think it is. Yep. The Embraer in SkyTeam livery. Last airplane to the center runway for now. Making a nice combo shot with the A320 Neo. Next up, Iberia. Iberia, until not too long ago, Iberia Express, arriving from Madrid, 1 hour and 54 minutes on the way. 1 hour and 54 minutes on the way, the ECLRG Lima Romeo Golf. 24-year-old airplane, first flight June 2001. Let's see, E2 Embraer behind that, arriving from Krakow. TUI 737, arriving from Enfida. Let's go to Sky, that's a rental. Retro Transavia, flying base, about to turn final, becoming the 4th arrival here. Can have that 792 arriving from Sao Paulo behind that. Nice little butt shot. Let's see, Transavia Retro. Can we see it already? It should be the 3rd to arrive here. There's number 1. There's number 2. And there's number 3. Still too pixelated to recognize the cute boop, the snoot snooty. That is going to change pretty soon. Jörg is celebrating his 25-month membership anniversary, and he did some calculating. 100 months is estimated to arrive across around December 2031. Well, if the internet connection keeps buffering each time, regardless of which provider I'm using, I'm not going to continue with the channel until then, I can tell you that. But it would be nice if we were still around by then. It's definitely what I aim for. In the meantime, Jörg, thank you so much for your continued support. Also for all the other forms of support. Always a pleasure to have you here whenever you make it over. 25 months already. Well, I am definitely hoping we're going to be able to celebrate 100-month membership anniversary for Jörg in 75 months from now, which is at the end of the year 2031. Let's see, how old will I be by then? That's another, oh! It'll be in the year I'll turn 50, I think. Wow. You guys will be older geezers even more than already. Well, I hope most of you will be around by then still. I think that's going to be the most exciting thing. Either we need renewal of the audience, or you guys need to find the solution to living internally. Maybe you guys should also hop over whenever Putin and his friends are meeting up, because that's apparently the type of subjects that they'll be discussing. If ever they find a solution, they're sure to be the ones to learn of it first. Right. A TUI rental plane by Go to Sky arriving from Enfida. I have no idea where that is, but the flight time has been 2 hours and 34 minutes. It makes me suspect it might be in Morocco, in the north of. But maybe I'm wrong. It is the OMGTK. It has landed. Next, please. Looky here, it is a cute Boop the Snoot Snooty from the retro Transavia. We had to wait for it a while, but here it is. Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga, 2 hours and 24 minutes. Already underway, the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Delta. Obviously we saw it getting delivered in July, and we've seen it quite regularly ever since. It is the prettiest in the fleet of Transavia, if you ask me. I'm pretty sure a lot of you will agree with me on that. It's an A321neo, one of the latest in the fleet, if not the very latest. Have there been newer additions added to the fleet since the retro? Probably it has. Tunisia. Thank you, Stefan. Tunisia is also in the north of. So I was more or less right, not the country, but the general location on the map. Anyway, 2 hours and 25 minutes, this airplane has flown. There's a 777-300 right behind this airplane. Might catch a glimpse of that as well. After that I am going to wrap up. Fendt tractor passing by here. The retro Transavia has landed here. What a beautiful machine. If only Transavia would make their entire fleet in this livery. It is such a good looking machine. It's one of the best out there right now, if you ask me. Absolutely wonderful. It was the penultimate airplane of the day. I didn't know that there was going to be a 777 right behind it, but that's next. KLM Flight 792 arriving from Sao Paulo, which is in Latin America, where you can also find the YHE and YHS have also in the meantime been delivered. So it's no longer the latest in the fleet, but it is definitely one of the latest additions. Right, let me quickly turn around. Last airplane for today's show. I should be back again tomorrow morning. I don't know yet where and when. Well, when I probably will know, but not yet where. This is KLM Flight 792, arriving from Sao Paulo, 10 hours and 50 minutes on the way, 777-300. Is it going to use its reversers? Most likely not, but you never know. PHBVP, Bravo Victor Papa. This airplane is 9 years old, first flight February 2016. And before the retro Transavia. A nice duo to end the show with today. With that bombshell being said, it is time to end now. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a wonderful time despite the buffering. I hope you guys were still able to see it. and enjoy it as well. If you want to support the channel, like and subscribe if you haven't already. Looking forward to seeing you again tomorrow. A massive big thank you for all the likes, for all the super chats, the super stickers, the donations in other forms, the gifted memberships and whatnot. Mods, a massive big thank you to you too for keeping the chat friendly and accessible once again. Hopefully I will see you all again in good health tomorrow. For now I'm going to say goodbye, take care and see you soon. Cheers!